today, 2 minutes early, and I'll welcome you to the Norway Chess Classical 2023 Day 7. Today is a very important day, and why so? Any guesses why it is an important day? Let me put a poll there. Do like the stream, guys, so that people get to know that Gukesh is playing. And how are you all? What's up? Did you all have dinner? And are you ready to watch the game? Okay, let me just check if everything is fine in the live chat. No sound? Hello. Hello, can you hear? Can you hear my sound now? Is everything okay? Yes, I can hear myself. So I'm sure you guys can also hear too. Okay, so that's all good right now. Guys, the game is about to begin. Let me quickly show you the standings here and today's pairings as well. These are the pairings for today. Fabiano Caruana versus Gukesh, and that is the reason it's a very important day, because Caruana is the leader, and then we have these other pairings with Wesley versus Norway, Nakamura versus Mamedaro, Magnus versus Firuza. That's going to be fun as well. And Anish versus Aryan Tari. Nightbot is already active. Thank you, Nightbot. Check out Chess Ranga to improve your chess. Surely, I will check out. I really need to improve. Now, if I go to standings, here we have the standings. Caruana is leading with 13 and half. Nakamura on 11. Gukesh on 8 and half. Firuza also on 8 and half. Mamedaro on 8. Magnus on 7 and half. Magnus is slowly, with each round he is like coming one step up, that kind of a thing. Wesley also on 7 and half. Anish is having a tough tournament. He's on 7. And Nordirbek on 6. Aryan Tari on 3. These are the standings right now. Guys, is everything okay? Can you hear me well? Because I think Sudhindra, I am able to hear myself well, so maybe you can check the sound from your end. And the games are about to begin. Fabiano versus Gukesh. Gukesh is black today. And do you remember when was an important game played between Fabiano versus Gukesh? Can you guys remember? By the way, another good news. Oh, the games have started. Let me just take you through it. E4, E5, Knight F3, Knight C6, Bishop B5. So they have gone for Rai Lopez. And last time when they had played in Olympiad, classical game, at that point of time in Olympiad, Gukesh had played C5. And it was Rosoli move. This time Gukesh goes for E5, and we are seeing Rai Lopez here. So with black, Gukesh is also, maybe it is more of a safe opening there. D3. One thing we should definitely... Hello, is the sound okay now? I have increased the volume like anything. Okay, for a lot of people the sound was low. Guys, now check. It should be okay. Important is that Gukesh is black. So let me put a poll there. What is your prediction? Because if it is a draw, then it is going to go in Armageddon. Oops. Yeah, now okay. Thank you, Rajeshwari, for letting me know. Also, one thing which I wanted to tell was we will be not facing any issues today like the stream crashing because we had two engineers who had come and who sorted whatever, some wire was loose and all of that. So both the things, the computer has been checked, the internet has been checked, so everything is fine today, and nothing is gonna happen. Also it's LAN internet, so it's fine. I'm putting a poll for you all. That's your prediction. Okay, cool, awesome. So that's the poll, guys. You can select which option you are going for. That would be interesting for me to see. And if it goes in Armageddon, that Gukesh is black. That's the good thing. So bishop c5, bishop takes c6 by Caruana here. Is he going to go for Berlin defense? D takes c6, knight b d2. Gukesh goes bishop e6 over here. Castle is also one of the main moves. He goes bishop e6. Caruana castles. Gukesh goes queen d6. Okay, now this has been played. Caruana has already played this with white before. So possible that Gukesh is prepared. In fact, Ali Reza versus Hans Niemann also has happened in this same line before. Who else has played? I think from black, Hans has played it quite a lot. Okay, it is interesting. Queen d6, king h1, h6 by Gukesh. Is he going to attack? We are still following one game, which is Ali Reza versus Hans Niemann, which happened in August 2022. a3 by Caruana. He is also prepared. Just look at the times. Both of them 1 hour 59 minutes for Gukesh, and Caruana has 1 hour 58 minutes. Gukesh goes knight d7. Now this is a deviation. What happened in, yeah, this was a5 was played by Hans against Firuza, and Gukesh goes for knight d7. But Caruana is prepared. He immediately goes b4, attacks this bishop here. Gukesh goes back bishop b6, and Caruana still in his preparation goes queen e1. Why the engine had this slight up and down? Because engine was saying bishop b2, so as to keep a watch on this e5 guy over here. But c5 looks very promising for black here. So anyway, he goes queen e1. Now what can be the idea of the move queen e1, guys? Who can guess here? Why is he playing queen e1? He's not gone queen e2. And what is this queen even going to do from e1? Who is going to try and guess? Live board. Live board I have, let me check live board if everything is fine. Yeah, that's fine. Why is it showing? Ah, live board is faster. Oh, Mozilla is faster or what? Quite interesting. Bishop b2. What are your answers? Knight h4. Knight f4. Ah, that's so now Aradhya says knight h4 and f4 is the idea of queen e1. h4 later. That's also another idea. Knight c4. Yes. In future f4, queen h4 or queen g3. That is typical in closed Sicilian. So most of you are feeling this is the plan for white in the future. But also knight c4. But over here if you would have played knight c4, then the problem was maybe you have to guess it. What was the problem? ये आ रहा है, टफ है ये, इजी है वो तो आप ही बताओगे. But why did Fabiano not go for knight c4? And that was his idea behind queen e1. Now that's a hint over there, which generally I say to Sagar, no hints to the chat, but I'm giving it myself. And also guys, I don't know if you got to know, but today Vidit and Ronak, they both beat Swidler and Short in the match. So that's good news for us. And Sagar is coming back tomorrow. F2 is hanging, D3, bishop. F2 is not hanging, it is being defended very well. Pawn D3 pawn का क्या? नहीं. Yes, stepping stone. You are right. The idea is bishop takes c4, d takes c4, and here you have queen takes d1. इसके लिए बोला pawn is hanging in the end. I like that. Already visionary. Okay, so that was the reason why knight c4 was not possible, and इसीलिए Caruana goes queen e1. So he has revived the idea of knight c4 so that it can later go to e3 if not captured. But otherwise also from e4 it is definitely putting pressure on the e5 point. So queen e1 and Gukesh goes a5. He challenges here. If he wanted to do long castle, maybe a5 would not have been the move. I'm not really sure. Knight c4 would be very strong for long castle. So he goes a5, attacks the b4 pawn, and Caruana, he simply goes bishop b2. Now what is his idea? If ab4, rook is hanging, you cannot take on b4. So also, even if you exchange, then e5 is anyway under pressure. So that is out of question there. So Gukesh simply castles. So no long castle ideas over there. He has a simple way to continue. He has castled, and now Caruana has started thinking over here. Finally, he has started thinking. It's the first time he has used more than 2 minutes. So that means we have to see how long he's going to take. Definitely he knows all the ideas. Is he going to play knight c4 right now or not? What we have been seeing in Caruana's game in this whole tournament is he has been phenomenally prepared. He has outprepared his opponent number of times, and his opening preparation has definitely contributed big way for his leading performance here. So if Gukesh is able to, first task for Gukesh with black is to able to get out of the opening preparation and get a comfortable position with black. That's his first task without using too much time. And I already think that he is towards that. He is already achieving that task. Second task is then making Caruana think. And third task is which is by default for him, he is going to create complexities no matter what, no simple plain draws for him. But this, he is right now on third spot, and with black, even in Armageddon with Caruana, what do you say? Who will be stronger in Armageddon? Piyush says, will history be repeated in Gukesh's game? I think so. Dhairya says, do you know in Global Chess League, Magnus, Arjun, Gukesh and Prag will play in the same team? Oh, wow. That is amazing. Alpine Warriors. That is so cool. Lovely. C5 is the best. Or bishop g4. Okay, that are your suggestions. Has he beaten Caruana before? अरे सागर पटेल, ये सवाल का बहुत ही बढ़िया आंसर है. Will win the Armageddon, says Aradhya. Believes if it goes in Armageddon, then it will be better for Gukesh. Okay, he has beaten Caruana in one of the most popular tournaments which happened in Chennai. Guys, which was the tournament? And how many of you were there in Chennai by chance? Yes, Amit Singh, MJ. Digant, Olympiad, guys, in Olympiad, important game, Gukesh had beaten Caruana. So that was really, really important. And chemistry, Adda says, I was there. Arre, kya baat hai? Yours is not by chance, I'm from there only. Aha. Yes, Mahabalipuram, it happened in Mahabalipuram. And Gukesh beat Caruana in that game. Caruana had played e4 and Gukesh had played c5. They played Rosolimov, but here it is e4, e5. So after castle, here we have Caruana is thinking. Now it's been more than 5 minutes. So Caruana is going to think. He really needs to think what to do here. Whereas Gukesh is prepared. And right now for Caruana, he is definitely going to think of one of the moves as knight c4, because the whole idea was after queen e1 was knight c4. The other move which he actually plays right now is bishop c3. Now you can also observe this queen on e1, a quiet move, queen on e1. Kahin na kahin, chori chupke, it is also eyeing the a5 pawn. So that is another idea, guys, which the queen on e1 is doing. And Gukesh is thinking here. So bishop c3 is right now threatening knight c4 next move. And Gukesh can consider now taking on b4 because he has castled and defended his a8 rook here. So he definitely can think of this. What else? What else is possible? Guys, can you suggest moves for Gukesh? Manu says definitely Gukesh can beat Caruana in Armageddon. क्या बात है? Is this the first match between Gukesh and Fabin Classical? अरे नहीं प्रखर, वही तो चल रहा है. चैट पढ़ो ऊपर. Yes, Olympiad. Yes. Queen e7 because next move knight can fork. Okay, that's what Abhishek is suggesting here. Queen e7. But you are... So what's your first question is, what's your plan if white is going to capture the pawn? That let's ask what happens here if knight takes e5 there. Guys, tell me two moves. एक नहीं दो move बताओ. Knight e5 मारा तो how are you going to recover the pawn? Adi Sagar Bhai is in Nagpur. There was a match, Vidit versus Swidler and Ronak versus Shot, and today it ended both Vidit and Ronak. They both beat their respective opponents, Swidler and Shot. So that is over and he's going to be back tomorrow. So that's going to be amazing. Yes, Sentil, you are right. It is take here, and then take, and queen takes b4. Arey, 100 saal jiyo. Hello?
Hello, Amruta.
Yes, hi Sagar, how are you?
Then after knight takes c5, bishop e5.
Huh? One second, let me put on speaker. Yeah, tell me.
If knight e5, bishop e5.
Huh?
Black to play now. I was thinking about bishop h3.
What?
But,
oh, wow. Very creative. It's okay if it is bad.
look great because after bishop g7 it's possible, or even just gh3. Queen
Bishop
e5 f4.
Bishop
Maybe,
g7 isn't bishop g2 a problem? No, bishop g2, king g2, queen g5 doesn't make sense because then king h1 and rook g1 is there. Okay, cool. Yeah, but it's a creative idea, yeah?
No, but I don't like it so much.
Okay.
Maybe it there?
Maybe what?
What is the compensation?
Knight e5, knight e5, bishop e5, and then you recover the b4 pawn. a b4, queen b4.
Oh, yeah.
Simple chess. But where are you? And
I
are
am
you
in the bus right now, going back to my hotel room, and I just switched on the screen, and I was enjoying your commentary. So I decided to call you. Also, I remembered what you have worn on your forearm is something that we have got in Dresden right now. Sorry, Dresden,
Oh,
right?
yes, absolutely. Exactly. Oh, you remember that? That is so cool.
Yes.
Awesome. I'll tell. Yes, guys, I'll tell. There's a story behind it. I'll tell you. But
So today, Gukesh is sitting on the tournament leader, Caruana, right?
right.
And I think that's a very important round because Caruana has been in fabulous form here. He has been just crushing the tournament.
Exactly.
So if Gukesh manages to beat him, that would be epic.
I swear. And also, one good thing, Sagar, is that Caruana has generally been very amazingly prepared. But until now, I can say that Gukesh has faced his opening preparation very well.
So we should tell Gaju OP.
Gaju?
Yeah, Gaju OP because Gayevsky is the coach of Gukesh, and because of him, Gukesh is very well prepared. By the way,
Gaju OP.
I'm going to share with you a link, Amruta, on WhatsApp.
Okay.
And you can share it with our viewers.
Okay.
There is a poll that has been made. So you remember on the rest day of Norway, there was a contest of who can knit a
yes.
sweater the best.
Yes, yes.
And the winners were Anish.
Yes.
And Norway Chess, I believe. Their team won.
Correct.
But the thing is, there is also another prize, which is People's Choice Award. And that is going to be announced on 10th of June.
Okay.
So there are 3 more days left, I think, for that. So they can check out all the ones. I actually like Gukesh and Wesley So's design a lot. So I will share that link. If you can also put it up in the chat or somewhere, then people can go and vote for the design they like. And maybe if they like Gukesh's design, then they can vote for him. Then maybe he will get an award for, not just being the best player.
Gukesh knitting sweaters and playing chess. That is amazing. Yeah, cool. Definitely, that sounds exciting, at least for me. So definitely share it. By the way, in the chat, people Adi saying, "Yeah, waiting for Sagar Bhai." By the way, okay, he's waiting for you. But a lot of people, Sagar, are really waiting for you. So come back soon tomorrow.
I'm also waiting. But I think, Amruta, you've done a phenomenal job. So that is amazing. I tuned in many times. In fact, many times I keep your commentary on and go to sleep. It's not.
वो बीवी की बड़बड़
Not to. But I'll also tell the chat that.
No, don't tell.
Not spoken much. So this call right now is our way of connecting. With 300 people maybe listening on the conversation. But yeah. Okay, Amruta.
Thank you. Okay.
Talk to you soon. I'll share that link. And also a huge congratulations to Vidit and Raunak.
Absolutely. Can you tell a bit about them?
Two strong players like Swidler and Short is never easy. In fact, I would say Vidit really showed great nerves to pull this off because Swidler was, his rapid rating is 2750. So he's actually a very strong rapid and blitz player. But Vidit managed to control him, and that shows how good Vidit is. And Raunak completely was dominant in rapid and blitz against Nigel Short. So we all knew how good he is, but he proved it. So amazed.
So good, and I also saw that you have been putting the videos also of their games. So guys, do check those videos out. And I agree, to beat a player like Swidler and also Short, it's never easy, no matter what. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
never easy.
yeah.
Such experienced players.
No,
So
for sure.
definitely,
For sure.
just to.
And I actually met so many kids here who are playing in the GM tournament. And I really enjoyed my trip to Nagpur because it was filled with so many things. I met so many people. In fact, right now while I'm traveling, in the bus I am there, and I met someone who was at the Olympiad, had made a painting for Vidit.
Oh,
And
lovely.
today here, I mean, there's so many different kinds of people whom I have met here. So I feel like sometimes these trips are very interesting to meet new people.
Wow, Sagar, thank you so much for this call and sharing with the chat whatever few things you had. बहुत मज़ा आया. And let's hope that today Gukesh का game देखने को मज़ा आएगा. Whenever you can join, otherwise no problem. But have a great day, have a
Yeah, I
great
was
time.
thinking of actually spending some time with Nigel Short today, doing an interview on his book.
Please
Winning,
do, please do.
Because we have got 3 boxes here for him to do a book signing session tomorrow.
Wow.
There was a huge demand for his book today, but we have done it tomorrow because the books arrived a little late.
Okay.
And we are going to, so I'm going to do his interview today and get to know more about the book.
Lovely. Okay, that's cool. We will be looking forward to the interview, and do share the link. I'll share in the chat.
Yes. Take care.
Bye. So guys, that was Sagar. He was in the bus. He was going to the hotel. He's in Nagpur right now, and मज़ा आया जो भी सुना उसमें. So we will definitely share the link. I guess you could hear it all properly. Just looking at the chat which I had missed right now while talking, and thank you guys, thank you so much. Okay, so here coming back to the game. By the way, let's have a quick roundup because today another interesting game, Magnus versus Ali Reza. And what I am seeing about Magnus is he has been thinking every move. He's like taking slow. I think he's enjoying. He's trying to go into original positions, not much of opening preparations. And Sicilian on the board. Knight of 3 e6. Magnus goes bishop d3 there. Later he's going to play c3, bishop c2, maybe d4. Knight c6 by Ali Reza. Castle. And what is this move? g5. Whoa! How much time does he think? 5 minutes. Amazing. And Magnus here goes bishop e5 after thinking for around 8-9 minutes. Is he converting into Rosoli move where he's going to use this g5 pawn? Oh my god, is it a novelty? This g5? No, has been played. g5 has been played. In one game, but that was quite long back. But it was played by Grachev, 2600 rated, and bishop b5 by Magnus. This opening, oh come on, of course I'm going to check because looks so exciting for black to play against a move like bishop d3. So bishop b5. Guys, how do you like the move g5? And can you play that with your opponents in a serious tournament? Online मत बोलो, online तो कुछ भी खेला कुछ भी हारा चल जाता है. But in a serious tournament, do you think you have the guts to play a move like g5? Checkmate says, can I join the tournament at Phoenix Mall on 4th Saturday? You can definitely, yeah, I guess so. You can join. But you will have to write to ChessBiz India before. You will have to give your entry. Standings mein Caruana is leading. Gukesh thinking so much. Maybe one time he'll think, no, never, says Samir. Yes, says Sentil. It might also depend on their style. Like, if I have to ask, let's say 270 people, would you call yourself more positional chess player or aggressive chess player or universal chess player? यूनिवर्सल मतलब कुछ भी नहीं आता है. But okay, kidding. I mean, nothing specific as such. You are good in everything equally. Positional says मुझे नहीं पता. इतना तो पता है ना तुझे. Step says aggressive. I don't have guts to play that at all. Not YouTuber positional. Vishwa positional. Anmol positional. Creative. That was a joke. That was a joke. भाई मेरा जोक सीरियसली लेने लगोगे तो कैसे चलेगा. श्री राम डिफेंसिव. You like to defend. I'm confusional, says Madhumitan. Positional and in endgame aggressive. अरे ये तो अलग ही स्टाइल हो गया एकदम. हाँ, I know. Once queens are off the board, stress गया. Everything but mostly aggressive. Just try to avoid blunders, says Chinmay. That is cool, but what I didn't know that we might be having more positional players in the chat, which I was not really aware of. So that is good. Maybe at some point we'll also do a poll to understand kind of the ratio precisely. My vlog says I'm an aggressive player. Sometimes I even blunder my queen. उसे ब्लंडर नहीं कहते, उसे सैक्रिफाइस कहते हैं. Got it. So G5, I love Ali Reza's guts. He's playing this with Magnus Carlsen with black, and this is the young generation for us. Guys, we should learn from them. Magnus goes bishop b5. So ये एक game तो we have to follow this game because इससे interesting क्या हो सकता है. Next is Wesley versus Norderbeck. They are at this position. Currently it shows white. Wesley is better. Quickly going through the moves there. D takes e4, queen's gambit accepted. E4, e5, knight f3 takes. Bishop c4, knight c6, castle. All opening here. Queen f6 looks like a sideline there by Norderbeck. So Norderbeck is coming up with preparation, but which is something like very main line में से suddenly, मतलब मेन रोड में से सडनली कोई गली दूसरी ले लिए, एकदम छोटी सी गली से बाहर जा रहा है. दैट काइंड ऑफ अ थिंग. सो दैट इज इंटरेस्टिंग देयर. Castle, queen f6 by Norderbeck. Now he is playing this against Wesley. It's not going to be easy for sure. Bishop g5, queen g6 there. As we know, Wesley Fischer, random world champion, so definitely opening surprise. He can get out of it without much of a hassle, as far as I believe. Bishop e7 here. He goes back. He doesn't exchange. That was an important thing. Now he attacks c7. You see the queen not being on d8, which normally protects the pawn. Currently is on g6, and that's what is happening. But the question is also for bishop h3, where you are threatening a checkmate in one. You do have bishop g3, so that's nothing to worry. In fact, not to lose material. Knight f6 there, and Wesley goes bishop b5. This is something which the top players are understanding well. Many times we say do not move the piece twice in the opening, and exceptions to the rule is what they understand. This is the time to go bishop b5, so he goes bishop b5 here, pins the knight. Knight d4 could be incoming, e5, all these ideas have to be taken care of, and Norderbeck goes bishop d6. He still looks prepared. He has 1 hour 55 minutes and Wesley has 1 hour 34 minutes. Suppose he would have castled, then Wesley would have captured here, takes, and the knight would have jumped in. Is the queen trap? Oh my god. Oh my god, what a queen trap. Oh my god, I missed a very beautiful question to ask you. Queen h5 can be gone though. No, not the queen is not yet trapped, because if you go g4, then there is queen h4, queen h3. So it was not a good question. But this would be better for Wesley. Bishop d6 played by Norderbeck, and right now Wesley is thinking. He can just take here and take here, and Wesley is better. Gukesh versus Caruana. Oh, Gukesh has played for bishop c3. Gukesh takes the pawn. A takes b4. A takes b4. And here he goes bishop d4. He challenges the bishop and he finds such an important idea on the board. After, I mean, it was a long thought for sure. 1 hour 38 minutes he has, 12 minutes lesser than Caruana. But why is this move a good move, guys? That's the question. Yeah, because white can take the bishop with his knight, and Gukesh is saying no, I am okay to let go of my double bishop advantage. So why is bishop d4 a good move? Chinmay says would be interesting to see Ali Reza Carlsen. Yes, absolutely. Connoisseur. I think Delhi has a lot of tournaments because Delhi Chess Federation is very active and they keep having constant tournaments. You should definitely check it out so that you don't miss them. It's a very active association. Maybe on AICF and also on ChessBiz in the calendar you can find out. So I'm sure you will be able to play. Vishwa says Guki is playing the tournament more solidly than Fabi. So yeah, Guki will surely at least back up to 0.5 points. Look there, Kingbreaker tells you Delhi State FIDE rating happening on 8th को this week. That is day after tomorrow. अरे क्या बात है? That's a good thing. Chat helping each other. Thank you. Yeah, question is why is he okay to allow knight d4? Guys, come on. It's not a difficult question. How can he get rid of the double? Like, he is okay to get rid of the double bishop. मेरे ट्रैप में फंस रहे हो सब लोग. पोल क्या बोल रहा है? गुकेश बीट्स करुआना 58%. करुआना बीट्स गुकेश 17%. And Armageddon 25%. So mostly I see Gukesh beats Caruana or Armageddon. Okay. I will now tell you why. Because if white takes knight takes d4, it is a tactical mistake. E takes d4 and this bishop कहाँ जाएगा? If it goes back, then he loses the pawn here. That was the whole point. कैसे क्या नहीं आया यार तुम लोगों को? चलो कोई नहीं. Get in the rhythm. Bishop d4 now. So anyway white cannot capture the bishop here. And if white captures with this bishop, then Gukesh will take e takes d4. This is attack, which is already happening in the game. And Caruana defends the pawn with his queen here. Okay, another thing is bishop d4 was an amazing move because one more reason is this bishop cannot go back, and to defend this bishop the only other idea, I mean decent idea, would be knight c4. But over here Gukesh can take the knight, b takes c4, d takes c4 over here, and here he has a strategically nice move. A nice move for black. I think you have. Sentinel says I said it. Did you? Okay. Then I missed it. My bad. Yes, what was Gukesh's idea over here? What could be a good strategic move for black? Let me see all positional players, right? So, batao. What would be a good strategic idea here for black? Yes, Archana Ramteke, you are right. c5 would be a good strategic idea here. You have bishop in the center out of these pawn chains here. This bishop cannot go anywhere. It's a pin. It cannot avoid the exchange. And if white tries to move the rook and try to pin here, black can also move his queen away. A move like b5 would be very bad, because you have fixed your weakness here on c4, and black in the future clearly has ways to attack the pawn. So that is the whole point. Plus the d5 square is very hard for white to reach, and even if it reach, black will at least have an option to kick it away. So that is one of the key reasons. And also for queen c6, just to show you, if white tries to avoid here, then there is a disco, so this is also hanging. So all these ideas looked a little scary for Caruana. He goes takes, and right now queen b1 defends the pawn on b4, and Gukesh is thinking. So one question to you guys, is Gukesh winning a pawn? That is my question to you. I'm going to ask questions in a different style today. Is Gukesh winning a pawn? Nightbot says, don't forget to like and subscribe. Guys, like the stream. Ruke1, matlab you think yes. Shashank thinks yes. Archana thinks yes. Adarsh thinks yes. Kafi confusion in the chat. 40% for yes, 60% for no. Exactly all those who have spotted it. Rook takes a1, queen takes 7, a1, and you might have thought you're winning a pawn here. But no. White is also recovering the pawn. Your d4 pawn will be gone. Important to take with the queen. Guys, very quickly stay alert. If knight d4, it's a big blunder. Black to play. What should you play? What should black play? Yes, Sentil, Safal, Samir, Archana, Akshat, not YouTuber, Just Karan, Step, Hike Knight, Sentil, Shashank. Absolutely, queen takes d2 and ये बंदा इधर इसकी दोस्ती छोड़ के चला जाएगा तो ऐसे ही हो जाएगा. So that way queen b1, black is not winning a pawn, but definitely it is possible to take here and take here, and I mean go into this line. Now to assess this position here after queen takes d4, looks majorly like equalish, not much happening there. So this could be a possibility, though it's not dead equal because of the imbalance. You see white has this one pawn chain and black can create a passer on this side. So that might be the main one of the main imbalance. The other one is that he'll have bishop. Apart from queen, rook takes a1. Any other options for Gukesh? Any suggestions, guys, from black? You are thinking on this game. You are black. You are playing a tournament. 4 hours classical game चल रहा है. क्या खेलोगे? नहीं, मे बी तुम लोग का रैपिड चल रहा है because you won't be able to right now think for 20 minutes. But let me see what candidate moves chat is coming with. c5, b5, c5 तो बहुत सारे, b6 as well. I guess many of you are wanting to go c5, and basically you guys want to dissolve your double pawn. I guess that is your main idea. Also, if white goes b5, then this pawn is actually, you can consider potentially isolated. c4, whenever it happens, you can take there. There will be another weakness. So potentially this b5 pawn actually becomes isolated, and that is why it will become very weak. Another thing is, if white goes b5, just to ask you something, can you find a very nice maneuver for black? A very nice maneuver for black. Can you find it? Wow, well done guys, well done. Yes, knight b6, knight a4, knight c3. This c3 square is definitely quite powerful for the knight. So that can be, and there you can actually fix the pawn on c2. This is weak, this is weak. So definitely b5 would be, you can see how b5 move is a positional error, in a way a big positional blunder, you can say. So c5, of course, a big consideration for Gukesh, where white will be forced to take here, and knight takes c5, and we might land up in this position. The knight protects the b7 pawn, the rooks are challenged over here. This could be one of the position which we could land into. In fact, if he takes queen takes c5, could this be also possible? Because you cannot take here, takes, and then you can take on c2, and maybe d3 is weak. So maybe taking with the queen looks more powerful in this scenario. So c5 is possible, and people had asked, can we play b6? Yes, b6 is also a very good move. You want to play c5 next, and in fact you are okay to capture with the b pawn, get two open double files, so that if if black gets rooks on 7th rank, you have c2 somehow. For white, this is the base of the pawn chain, and it looks, because of the pawn on d4 and more space for black in the center, black's rook on 7th rank will be more dangerous there. Okay, so queen b1, and Gukesh is thinking, but Caruana definitely has achieved making Gukesh think here. I don't think it will be a big deal. By the way, Hikaru versus Mamedov game has already ended in a draw. Wow, so they will have an Armageddon very soon, and tomorrow is a rest day, so they might finish the game early and go for a party. Going to Magnus Carlsen's game, जो धीरे धीरे चल रहा है, बहुत धीरे धीरे. Bishop g7 by Firuza, and how much time did it take? He thought for 15 minutes to make a simple developing move like Bishop g7. Why? Because they are all out of preparation, and this is how it used to be earlier. This was ancient chess. No preparation, कुछ नहीं पता, no engines, and आराम से खेलते रहो, and the game would get adjourned because there is no time limit. So that is how, and क्या ही मज़ा आता है when you can start thinking originally from move number 4 and 5 and 6. So this is another thing. I am just going to love watching this game here. Bishop g7 by Ali Reza. Magnus takes on c6, bishop takes c6, b takes c6 by Ali Reza, and now Magnus is thinking. So this game will be a lot of fun. The first question comes to the mind is, can you go d4 over here and open the position? Actually, this is almost close to an open Sicilian, and somehow black is very happy that he has got his pawn on the center here. He has knight e7, knight g6, and somehow this is favoring black. Very interesting. So Magnus is thinking over here. Okay, d4 g4. Yeah, d4 g4 is definitely a good idea there. What can you play? This is interesting. This is very interesting. Guys, where will you take your knight? And it seems like white is losing a pawn, right? But the engine doesn't think so. Why? What is the trick white is having here? What is the... Yeah. Chess opening theory slightly destroyed chess. For an earlier generation, yes. For a new generation, like let's say who has already been brought up with technology, maybe not for them, but for people like me, definitely. Daily says Gukesh is playing with 100% accuracy. अरे क्या बात है? Shrikant says chess was more creative during Vishy Anand time. There were no engines and players came up with original ideas. Still cannot kill chess completely. Chess will be alive. Yes, chess will be alive for sure. Knight e5. Actually, most of you want to go knight e5 over here. because you also want to block the thing and you want to attack the g4 pawn. And over here, if c takes d4, saying that I am going to capture this guy over here, if you take queen takes d4, then there is a pin and you lose your piece in number of ways, d6 or queen f6, and you will lose your knight. So you cannot really capture it back. But if you capture the g4 pawn, then black to play, find a good move. Black to play, find a good move. अरे क्या बात है, awesome, awesome, awesome. h5 is the move and this knight is trapped, guys. That is a very funny trap here, but it is trapped. And how many of you? Yeah, many of you found it. Safal, Senthil, Saint, Mukul, Samir, Time Pass, Devanshi, Alok, Yugant. क्या बात है. Well done, guys. h5 and a knight is trapped over here. Okay, so if we go back, d4, cd4, what if d4, cd4, bishop g5? Isn't your bishop hanging here? Your bishop is hanging, queen takes g5, so that will not work. So that is the problem here with g4. You will have to go back, and the move you will have to go back is knight of d2. And even if c takes d4, you are then capturing this pawn with the queen, and this can be still complicated, but maybe some initiative with white. So that is what Magnus must be thinking, whether he can play d4 here or not, because when you are developing quickly, it should be the first question, whether you can take the central break. So we will wait, but I believe Magnus will go for d4. I believe. Another idea for him is to play c3 with the idea of d4. But the problem is, can g4 already come? Because now you don't have knight d2, knight d4, knight e5, knight g5, knight h4, and you might have to go knight e1. So that is going to be very interesting. I think Magnus will go d4. Yeah, he will go d4 for sure. Black has a threat of g4 or h5, g4 and all these ideas there. Let's go to Gukesh's game, because he has gone for b6. Yes, he did not go for c5. He went for b6 first, very trying to keep the position still little bit in control, and then he is threatening c5 next move. Wow. This means he definitely believes that these open files there are going to be quite powerful for him. That is the reason he has gone b6. And what is white going to do here? A big question to white. Can white play a move like knight c4? Then it's already, he is in trouble. After takes c5. This pawn structure already will give him trouble. White goes queen b2. Caruana goes queen b2 here. And Gukesh is thinking right now he'll play c5, or he could first take the rook and play c5. But why would you want to take the rook when you can play directly c5? So let's see what he will play now. Oh, he plays c5. He doesn't take much time now. 18th move. Yeah, this is 18th move already. No, 17th move already. And he has used half an hour. So I don't think time is going to be a big factor here. Hello Siddharth, how are you? Yes, they are playing quickly. BC5 has happened, and Fabiano actually is not thinking at all. He is like I want to go c3. I definitely don't like my pawn on c2, which was the thing which from black we were eyeing for कि भाई रुक 7th रैंक पे पहुंचेगा तो इसका टॉर्चर होने वाला है. राइट नाउ इज लाइक नहीं भागो, पहले जस्ट भागो, यहाँ से भागो, c2 पे नहीं रहना है. So c3 played by Fabiano, and Gukesh is thinking this definitely looks like a tempo, but is rook takes 8 pinning and then rook a8, and then is black losing a pawn here? Is black losing a pawn here? Queen takes d4. Is that with compensation? Okay, if this happens, guys, I can say the game is going to go towards a draw very easily, and we will have an Armageddon very soon. Gukesh is like, रोज रात को मेरा गेम लेट खत्म हो रहा है. Maybe today I'm gonna finish my game early and all of you guys can study. Yes, so that could be possible where black wins the pawn, the d3 pawn back, and this will be just equal, I believe. So c3 played by Fabiano, and Gukesh is thinking. Gukesh takes d takes c3. He's not gone for rook b8 ideas right now. D takes c3, of course you have to take queen c3 forced. Fatafat khel rahe, they are all playing very fast. And now Gukesh is thinking, guys, which is the backward pawn in white's position? Can you tell me? Yes, Siddharth, I'm doing well too. And today we have solved the internet issues. So all the days when this stream used to end abruptly, and all of you guys, all of us used it as an opportunity to increase our patience. Today the IT engineer did something on the machine. I don't know what they did. The internet guy changed the wire and all of that, so everything looks good now. Yes, Sentil, Daily, Time Pass, Samir, Soham, Devanshi, Yugant, Shobha, Akbar. Absolutely right. This is correct. D3 is the backward pawn. Backward pawn वो है जिसके कोई दोस्त नहीं है उधर. So this is the pawn. You no support, nobody around you. So he is the supporter for others. And d3, he goes knight b6. Gukesh goes knight b6, which means he is eyeing to increase pressure on this backward pawn. So that was a very quickly played move by Gukesh. Knight b6, and Caruana is thinking. One thing is clear, maybe the barter is going to happen from d3 versus c5. Maybe Gukesh wins the d3 pawn, loses the c5 pawn, and this is going for a draw. Wow, with black against Fabiano, if he is able to hold it without much energy, it's a great result for sure. Also, what happens to his rating here if he draws this game? Step says, I don't want to draw. We know that Gukesh also doesn't like to draw unless it is something where he doesn't really cannot avoid it, basically. So I guess this is kind of a position where there is really not much. Caruana also in that sense found a very interesting position in opening, because Gukesh has always found a way out of it to create complexities. But here it was not easy even for black to create complexities. So yeah, Magnus played d3. Okay, let's go here. And Magnus has not gone for d4. He played d3. By the way, if I must show you, one second. Oh, Caruana played here. He goes h3. He goes h3. Firstly, defends his back rank right now, and Gukesh is thinking. Last move for Gukesh was knight b6. So right now Gukesh can go knight a4 and avoid exchanges if he wants to. That is possible. In fact, do you think they can repeat here? Queen c2, knight b6. No, because white will go rook f c1. So maybe not a good idea, at least from Gukesh's side, to repeat. So for h3, rook f d8 looks good. You are attacking. Can you go rook a d8 by avoiding the exchange? Is there any issue with rook a d8? He cannot support. He would not like to support the d3 pawn. So rook f c1, and if queen d3, then there is queen c5, and in c7 can be weaker than e4. So that can look dangerous. You don't want to even go there at all. So what else? Maybe direct rook f d8, trying to attack here. But my question is, if rook a8, rook a8, rook f c1, what is black going to do? What is black going to do? Fabi will go rook c1. Bhargav says 0.5 plus. Kisko? Magnus ko? I think he will get... okay, sorry. Rating I asked. 0.5. If draw, Gukesh will go 2740. Got it. Knight a4 here is being suggested. Yeah, knight a4, and if you go queen c2, then what next? Actually, what next? It's funny that computer suggests a move like c4. Aren't you giving up a pawn? Full pawn. Queen takes c4. You are recovering. Black to play, guys. Black to play over here. That's why. Oh, Hikaru's match has started. Maybe we should also watch it. Yes, Senthil, Yugant, Ankur, Samir, Devanshi, Jairam, not YouTuber, Earthling, Shobha, Bhargav, well done. Knight b2, and you are also attacking the d3 pawn. And if queen takes c7, oops, mouse slip ho gaya. Queen takes c7, rook takes c7, knight takes d3, attacking the f2 guy over here. If you save it, rook c2, then attacking the e4 pawn over here. If you save it with what? Guys, if rook e2 by white, black to play very quickly. If rook e2 by white, then black to play. Yes, Senthil, Shobha, Daily, Yugan, Tabiram, Samir, Shaibi, Clara, Ancient, absolutely. Rook e4, and there you have the fork there. Of course, so not rook e2, but then to save it, you might need to push this guy. Still comes rook e4. You will win the pawn eventually, and it will be a draw. So let's see. By the way, let's go to Nakamura versus Mamedov. Mamedov is actually having a better position against Nakamura, that too from black. Wow, that is very interesting for a rook. In fact, Nakamura has two pieces for a rook. Still, Mamedov is better because he has a rook and two pawns. He gives rook d7 check. What is happening to the king? Majorly, that is the problem. This was a bad move by Nakamura. Knight f1. The whole reason why Mamedov is having a better position is because white's king is definitely very weak. Bishop d5 here and f5 by Mamedov. This is a pin there. He has, king g7 right now. Quite a calm move there. What is black's idea? This had to be defended by the knight. You can see the rook needs to defend a d file. Right now h4 khel ke this knight has come to e3. Did Mamedov mess it up or what? Rook f2. Okay, no, it looks okay. Decent. Rook b2. He is attacking b3 because it's a pin right now. So rook b3 is the threat. But can you not go king c4 and get out of the pin? Oh, he doesn't go king c4. He goes rook d3 and h5 by Mamedov. Slowly Nakamura is getting his scattered pieces together and keeping everything defended. If that happens, it can start getting difficult for Mamedov. Yes, he has two pawns, but Mamedov will lose all his advantage in that case. Rook f2 played by him. Nakamura is thinking. Nakamura is having 3 minutes. Mamedaro is having 1 hour, 1 minute 36 seconds. Time is the key factor here. Rook d4. Rook d4 played by Naka, and right now Rook e2. Oh, are they repeating here? No, if they repeat, yeah, Mamedaro is winning, na, if they repeat. Yeah, that is something which we completely forgot. For black, a draw is fine. Which means if it is a draw, then Mamedaro beats Hikaru. That is a big result. Completely amazing by Mamedaro in that case. So Rook f2, and Nakamura needs to change if he needs to try and win. But what does he do? It's not easy to have a good move. They both are fighting here for one square. Knight goes to d1. Well, you can think of an idea like f4, but you don't have much time, so maybe not to go into that. Simple check. He gives this check, which is good. King must go back to d3. And then, yeah, rook h2. Is he going rook h3? Threatening winning the pawn on g3. How does white answer it? White needs a move, next move, which can save g3 later. Otherwise, he'll lose a pawn. King goes to e3. Rook e7, and now that's not a good move. Computer suggested a move which was, I don't think, very easy to understand. f6. The whole idea was he had to start with his pawn majority. That was the key idea. But he goes rook e7 check, king f4 by Nakamura, and rook d7 back. Once again, this pin is annoying for Nakamura. This pin has not allowed him to make any planning. b4. Now that's a desperate attempt. Rook a2. This is going to be attacked because what a lovely move, rook a2, because of the pin. If bishop takes a2, rook d4, and you lose a pawn. So rook a2 has to be found. But Mamedaro is taking long time now. 40 seconds. With time, I think Mamedaro is getting into a very difficult position. Because of time. King f3 here. Now rook a2. Go rook a2, Mamedaro. He goes rook e1. Why is he not going rook a2? And he is also taking such a long time for every move. Now this is not going to help him at all. That to Nakamura, who is such a blitz player. Are they repeating? No, Nakamura will trick. Nakamura will not repeat. He knows he has more time. 23 seconds. Aha. Rooks are exchanged. Now it's only rook versus two pieces. He needs to start. And also the double pawn has gone to e4 now. So that is good for black. But Mamedaro only has 22 seconds. He can make maybe 10 moves or what? Max. Let's see. g5. He is playing really well. But only chance for Nakamura is time. That's his only chance. Flag down. And which seems impossible for Mamedaro to play in 11 seconds. It's impossible. I don't think Mamedaro flag can save his time. No, position doesn't even matter anymore. Unless this clock is wrong, yeah? No, but 9 seconds. Yeah, he goes rook. Is there increment or what? No, there is no increment after a particular move. Maybe 1 second. Oh, if there is 1 second increment, then that is okay. But I don't think. Is it Armageddon so soon? Yes, because Nakamura Mamedaro ended their game very quickly. And that's why increment starts at 60 moves, says Jai Pandit. Oh, this is 59th move. Oh my god. After 60th move, there will be increment. If that is crazy. If that is true, then I think Mamedaro will win. Okay, 60 moves completed by Mamedaro. So that I think that he's safe now. This is attacked, this is gone, and no chance to save. Do you go bishop b7, rook h4? Yes, there is a race happening. Oh, Nakamura is fighting back or what? Will they land up in two pieces versus... Oh my god, blunder by Mamedaro. Is this pawn going 8? And you cannot even stop it. Oh, look at this. Crazy. Bishop f3 just stops this rook. What a miss. Oh my goodness. Crazy. Whoa, this is so crazy blunder by Mamedaro. Arre man, क्या ही मूड ढूंढा इसने. Look at this guys, everything changed here. Just to show you very quickly, here e3 he played, which was a big blunder. He had to come rook h1 and go behind this pawn. e3 आया, king c5, f4. यहाँ तक भी ठीक है. He had to give up the pawn so that he could go rook a4. Rook h2 के बाद bishop f3. What a cool move by Nakamura. This rook just cannot go back anymore, just cannot go to this file anymore, and nor this file. इस रुक का पूरा ही वाट लग गया. Rook f2 right now. He has no. Oh, what happened now? Knight c3. Why did he not queen? Okay, maybe they were analyzing. Flag down, I guess. And Mamedorova has lost. So Nakamura was just dead lost. This was so crazy. He was dead lost. And oops, sorry. This is how you must keep fighting, yeah? This was a big blunder. No, not this. Oof. ठीक है. So Nakamura wins. Let's go back to our Gukesh ka game. Let's not forget. The game is going on. h3, rook f d8 by Gukesh, and rook takes 8 by Fabiano. He will play rook takes 8 and rook c1. This is something which we are going into, that rook endgame. I am predicting. What about Ali Reza? Wow, d3, g4 played by Ali Reza. Magnus goes knight f d2 and Ali Reza goes h5. Now this is one hell of an opening to witness. Magnus versus Ali Reza. 1 hour 21 minutes with Ali Reza and Magnus is 1 hour 30 minutes. This is called as original chess, guys. So Magnus is thinking one of the pawn break which Magnus will look out for. Which is the pawn break? Which Magnus will keep in mind कि कभी ना कभी तो खेलना है. Sandeep says 1 second increment was after 40 moves. Actually, in spite of 1 second increment. Oh, there is a confusion I think in the chat. I am also not sure. 40 or 60, guys? Can you confirm? Yes, f3 is definitely a pawn break which Carlsen will be eyeing for, trying to break this, open the rook from f file at the right time. Can he go f3 right now? Right now, yes, but with d5, with knight h6, this is all still in control. Got it. So that's Magnus's game. Wesley So versus Abdul Sattarov. Wesley is still having some initiative. Anish Giri versus Aryan Tari. Now what's happening here? Bishop takes f6 is Anish's last move. Bishop was on g5, he took here, and Aryan Tari is thinking. Why is he thinking? Is he thinking of gf6 or what? Who knows? But of course bishop f6 is a natural move. Bishop f6. Maybe he is thinking, is Anish winning a pawn? Knight takes b5. And Anish will be a pawn up with knight takes b5. Because the knight defends the d4 pawn. So was that a mistake by Aryan Tari? Last move. Or can he recover the pawn? What is a good move for black here? Strange opening, says Siddharth. Prep. Yeah, I think Ali Reza definitely would have kind of known the g5 idea. But after that, it may not be prep. It's just, they're just thinking on the board. Yeah, Nakamura's Armageddon game was super, roller coaster today. Yes, Pranshu, Sentil, Queen b6, you are developing, you are attacking this knight, you are also increasing pressure on d4, so definitely Queen b6 is a good move there, and you might lose a pawn after knight d7, rook, knight d6 and takes there, but it can get a little bit simplified. Yeah, we might land up into something like this. I don't know if Anish will remain a pawn up or whether it's all going to be exchanged. But let's not go into the details much right now. Caruana versus Caruana versus Gukesh. Rook takes 8, rook takes 8, rook c1, and Gukesh doesn't think much. In 3 minutes he makes the move. He goes rook d8. Now, first thing we need to understand is of what happens to the forcing calculation. Queen takes c5. You would not want to take queen takes c5, rook takes c5, rook d3 and allow rook c7 and just be a pawn down here. So definitely not. For queen takes c5, Gukesh will take the d3 pawn with the queen. And if Caruana takes the c7 pawn, it's a blunder. Black to play. It is 1 second after 40 moves. Okay. Sure kya? Not 60 moves then. Yeah, I think it should be 40 moves. Otherwise, maybe even Mamedarov might have landed into trouble. Possible. Yes, Shubi, Chess for Fun, Sentinel, Learn, Firefly, Aman, Chaitanya, Sticky, Bhargav, Avinash. Well done. Rook c8 and there is a skewer here. You win the rook, so you cannot actually take the pawn there and material is equal. And both have active queens right now. So queen e2, maybe f2 is weak. Yeah, that's why computer says again and again sometimes a prophylactic move for white would be king g1. That is interesting. In fact, computer suggests king g1 right now over here. That is funny. And queen takes d3, queen takes d3, rook takes d3, rook takes c5. This is what slightly white can put pressure because c7 is an isolated pawn. But it's not enough pressure for sure. Definitely easy to defend. So rook d8 by Gukesh. Okay, let's go to Magnus versus Firuza. Firuza goes, okay, Magnus goes knight b3. Magnus is like, okay, I really don't care now what is happening on this side. I just don't care about it anymore. I'm going knight b3 and I'm attacking your c5 pawn because you have developed a bishop to g7. So this guy over here who is a double pawn is slightly weak. So he provokes d6 and by doing that d5 ideas are gone. So d6 and now Magnus has opened this bishop as well. So maybe time to consider a break like f3. Or if he wants to still improve his piece position, he will develop either knight c3, queen e2 and still wait a bit and only later go for f3. So this is the current scenario in Magnus's game. Let's go to Gukesh's game again. Okay, Sakar, thank you for confirming. Official site says 40 moves के बाद 1 second. Vinayak says, Arey, Sagar had sent me the link. How stupid of me. Shit. Wait, guys, I'm sending this link in the chat. Do check this out. Yeah, I have pinned a link here. You can check out on this link. In fact, I am also keen to see. You can see, wow, this is cool. Let me just try to see if I can pull this up. Okay. Okay, guys, this is the link which Sagar had sent, and it says vote for your favorite design in Norway Chess. And Gukesh and Wesley, they have knitted this one over here. That's a cool one. Anish and Norderberg have done this one. Then there is Hikaru and Magnus. They've done this one. Okay, this is another one. And Aryan and Firuza. Aryan, Tari and Firuza. And this is Fabiano and Shakhriyar. So that is, they have knitted Gukesh and Wesley. For sure, I love Gukesh's design. It's definitely the best. Amazing. Yeah, I clearly see the competition was between these two for sure. I don't think Magnus and Hikaru were able to do this. I mean, as good as other people. A third one, if I had to like, would be Aryan, Tari and Firuza. Guys, how do you like these designs? So the link I have pinned there, you can go to this and you can vote basically, and you can do submit. So let's give a vote to Gukesh and Wesley from ChessBase India. Okay, done there. Awesome. Do check it out. Wow, Anish is up an hour and only spent 5 minutes? Okay, Prabhanchan, if that is true, then we should definitely go to his game once and check out that. Oh my god. Really? All of it is opening preparation or what? Where can I see the video? Mahakal, Anish design. Anish and Norderbeg looks cool. Yeah, I definitely like. I mean, top two would be, if joined first, then Anish and Norderbeg and Gukesh and Ali Reza, the fashion designer. Yeah, I created. I don't know how. Ali Reza also, you guys write. Like Aryan and Ali Reza. Nice, nice. Ali Reza, the fashion designer. The first two are good, but rest I'm sorry, awful. Acha, Priyan doesn't like them. Okay, so this Anish is 1 hour up here. By the way, guys, let me also just make sure that I send the link. Okay, done. So Anish Giri versus Aryan Tarif. Because Anish is 1 hour up, we must definitely check his opening. It has been Catalan there. Castle, knight c6, queen a4, still opening theory. Bishop d7, queen takes c4, b5. This is all opening theory. Queen goes to d3. You cannot take the pawn here because there is a disco. Knight takes d4. So that is the reason. Also e2 will be hanging. Bishop will go to b5 if you go queen c4 or queen a6. Let's go back here. Queen d3 by Anish. c4 by Aryan Tari. Queen goes to c2. Bishop rook c8. a4. Wow, opening the a file right now. a6. Anish still has 1 hour 57 minutes and Aryan has 1 hour 44 minutes. Takes. Obviously would love to open the file. Bishop g5, a pin there. Bishop e7. Aryan Tari has 1 hour 33 minutes. Knight c3. Now you are attacking b5 here. He castles, and I think maybe here is what Aryan Tari decided to give up a pawn. Bishop takes f6, bishop takes f6 and knight b5. And he goes knight b4. but this is giving advantage to Anish, but if he finds the next move. So find a move for white, find a move for Anish. If he finds it, he is going to be able to get a good advantage. Chaitanya says, as a designer, I prefer minimalistic, so not Gukesh design. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think everybody has different opinions. Very interesting. Whichever you like, just do go and vote there on the link. Now, this one is a tough question, guys. Very tough question there for you. White to play. It's Anish's move. Last move, Aryan Tari has attacked Anish's queen. And what should Anish play? If he is able to find the best move, he gets advantage. If he finds the second best move, he is able to maintain an unclear position. And if he doesn't find any of the two moves, then Anish will be the one in trouble. So that is the thing. Rishabh says, I don't understand how Nakamura Mohamed are over so soon. Their first game ended in a draw very quickly, and this after that, the Armageddon was a super roller coaster. Must check that out. So knight b4. I am going to see this move which many of you started with, queen c3. And now queen c3, you are attacking this knight over here. But there is a big problem. The knight goes to d5 and in return attacks your queen. At the same time, what many of you forgot was the b5 knight was discovered attacked when the knight went to b4. If you try to protect the knight with queen a5, queen takes a5, rook takes a5, and now you might think you have protected the knight. But black has a simple move. And which is the move there? Yes. Tanmoy, HH, Prabhanjan, right moves, Yugant. No, not Yugant. It's not rook b8. So the right move is bishop d8. What are you doing? Removing the defender. ये नाइट किस पे डिपेंडेंट है? रुक पे. तो कितना डिपेंड रहेगा ना? बिशप d8 and then it's in trouble. So that is why not queen c3. Queen c3 is a mistake. Now let me see who all had found it. Yes, queen d2 was the right idea. Crazy Dog, HH, Chess for One, Pratham, Prabhanjan. Well done. Queen d2. Once again, those who suggested queen a4, that was the second best move. You are trying to protect the knight. You are attacking this knight. The knight will go back. There is still a pin there and threat to increase pressure over here. So you will need to get out of the pin. You will need to get out of the pin by queen a6. Otherwise, it would be the same variation there. And there will be a perpetual to the queen. Ha ha ha. So there will be repetition and it might end in a draw. So queen d2 was important, which Anish finds on the board. Queen d2 attacks the knight right now and doesn't enter in any kind of a pin. And Aryan Tari takes the knight on b5. This time, if he would have gone back knight d5, then Anish simply would have gone knight d6, attacking the rook. The knight would have come back, again attacked this bishop there. So bishop takes b5 by Aryan. Anish takes the knight here, queen takes b4, and it's exactly 1 hour difference. Anish has 1 hour 47 minutes, Aryan Tari has 47 minutes here. This is the first time we are seeing such a time gap. Aryan Tari goes bishop c6. He has started playing fast right now, but 18 moves have been completed, 22 moves need to be played, and he has 47 minutes. So bishop c6 right now. Anish is a pawn up and he can continue very simplistically with e3 trying to defend here. Aryan might think that this is going in an opposite colored bishop, but even if it goes in opposite colored bishop, because white is the one who is having an advantage and is a pawn up, it is not going to be easy to defend this position for black. So Anish is actually going to manage to win this because he's also out prepared his opponent and he has landed successfully in material advantage. Let's go back to Gukesh's game. My head gets bombarded by chess moves very frequently even when I'm not playing chess. Any remedies to heal this? Bombarded by chess moves मतलब क्या सपने में आता है या just keep coming to you? Remedies to then actually play chess. Krishna. Okay, so we are at Gukesh's game. What happened after rook d8? Caruana took the pawn. He actually thought for 12-13 minutes and he takes the pawn on c5. Anish takes the pawn on d3 and now Caruana goes king g1, the move which we were talking about, and still queen c7 is not the threat. Rook c8 is still in the air, but Gukesh must think here. Should he support this pawn? Should he go rook d7? Should he go rook c8? Go into the passive. Rook c8 looks passive. I am also wondering how the computer is okay with that. I prefer rook d7 here, but only good thing is the knight cannot just jump so easily because this knight will get into trouble. That is the reason. So for king g1, Gukesh is thinking for a while more he needs to be careful. Maybe another 3 to 4 moves he still needs to be careful and sort the issue forever, and then I think it will be a draw. So maybe this 15 to 20 minutes will tell us about Gukesh's game, whether it's going to end soon or whether they might go for a draw but after playing a long game. Arey, welcome blindfold chess. So king g1 by Caruana has happened. Let's go to Magnus' game. That is the craziest game for today. Knight b3, d6 and Magnus here goes f4. He actually doesn't go f3 and keeps the tension. He goes f4 and says कि ठीक है तेरे को मारना है तो तू मार, नहीं तो my pawn on f4, f5. I'm also going to attack you. So Magnus goes f4 and over here this guy Ali Reza plays knight e7. The funny thing is computer suggests one move for black. Okay, one more move apart from knight e7 the computer suggests, and that move is very counterintuitive, very counterintuitive. मतलब बहुत मुश्किल है to consider for black. So let me give you guys the opportunity to consider that idea for black. कंप्यूटर का दिमाग ही अलग चलता है. Wow, so many of you have suggested g3. Arey guys, hg3 suppose मारा तो you are not at all even worried about it. So वो है कि है ना, just दे दो, मस्त दिख रहा है. But hg3 तो anyway you can take, but you can also play h3 here, allow h4 here, and yes, these two pawns have come forward, but they are locked, and somehow they are stopping all black's attack there, and soon white is the one who is going to go for knight d2 and f5 and all those ideas. So not g3, the other move which people thought, I know you are just trying to guess because I said it's very difficult to guess. Here the computer moves, so c4, like that you consider these ideas. These ideas are thematic, so should be considered. So that is why it's very good. It may not work right now, but it's very good to consider them. In this case also d takes c4 and it doesn't work. But the move which few of the people have suggested was f5. The point is, for f4 you are fixing this pawn on f4, which means that this dark square bishop is kind of restricted in its ability. Number one. Number two is you are Number 2 is you have also strengthened this g4 pawn over here. Number 3 is you are just not worried about the king. The first question comes to the mind is your ef5, you're opening this e file, and don't we say that when king is in the center, do not open the center. Khud se to open mat karo. Yes, we say that. That is why f5 was a very, very difficult move for black. And that's why I said it's funny that computer is suggesting this move, because computer can keep his king on f7 shanti se. And for what reason? Because computer is emotionless. Dar naam ki cheez hi nahi hai. So king remains on f7 here, and then he is going to develop bishop e6 there. Knight is going to jump to f6 there. Rook will come to e8 there. यहाँ पे things are locked. The whole plan is changing and shifting from black side, and black is going to use the advantage of double bishop and this bishop, which is not very good. So these were all the thematic. If f5 is played, then later of course you will be able to figure out what to do. That won't be very difficult for a player like Ali Reza. But to play a move like f5 is very, very hard on the board. Of course, he did not play that. Not recommended also. Knight e7 when you have a calm move. Why not? Why to go into something like this? And bishop d2 by Magnus. Magnus has actually given the b2 pawn, and Ali Reza has actually captured it. And I was going to ask why did Magnus give this pawn? But look at his idea. Bishop d2, bishop a5. Magnus is thinking very differently here. मतलब क्या हो रहा है? He's not just given a pawn, but his rook is also hanging. He's losing an exchange. So what is it that Magnus has calculated? Can you even try to guess? Why not queen b6 at which point? Instead of f5 you want to check? No, Gukesh's game is going on, and yeah, it's pretty equal. We'll go there. Queen d7 by Ali Reza. Ali Reza also seems to have considered this, but this is very, very unusual. Like you're giving the pawn here. And after queen d7, maybe what Magnus is going to do is he's simply going to develop the knight and say ki yaar, take this rook, queen a1. I am so happy to give you this exchange sacrifice. Now this will be a positional exchange sacrifice. And what is the main compensation for such a sacrifice? Guys, can you tell me? Reminds me of one of my game where this was my favorite sacrifice, for a fiancé to a bishop to give such a rook. Activity made, piece activity. Dark square control. Very well done, blindfold chess. Absolutely. And all the other reasons. Let's take all the reasons which you guys are saying and put them all together. Absolutely. One of the main reasons are, firstly, the development. Yes, completely agreed. The piece activity for white, which is still getting there, that is there. Another thing, then black has this space here. You can see a lot of space because his pawns have been pushed, and a lot of weak squares over there are existing, and without the bishop they are becoming weaker. So that dark squares for sure. So all of these things together is giving Magnus the compensation, even if he is going to be an exchange up. He decides to go to knight d2 instead of knight c3, which is once again, if takes, queen takes a1, and this time without the knight on c3, this is very, very powerful already. So also one more thing incoming. Ali Reza is not going to take the exchange. He is not at all going to care for this rook. It's as if he exist bhi nahi kar raha hai. So definitely not. He is simply going to go back with his bishop. He could even consider a move like castle, which is yes, surprising, but yeah, that is something he will go for. So knight d2 by Magnus, And what a game which we are able to see, guys. This is the original chess. If they play like this, क्या ही मजा आएगा, क्या ही. King cannot castle now. Why? King can castle. You can castle. I mean, you would not want to castle. I don't think Alireza will castle with these pawns over here and with this space here. Just looks a little scary. So he won't. Can he play f5 now? Because now it is not as difficult. Oh, he goes bishop g7. He feels safer to take back the bishop. So यहाँ पे Magnus gets one advantage. How does he get the compensation for this pawn right now? One way which he gets the compensation is that black had to take it. That was one move. And black had to go back. That was another move. So two moves. For one pawn, two tempi. That is what we will call. Two moves had to be played by Alireza, Maro or Jagah pe Aao. This, in this, the two moves, what Magnus got was development of his knight and the bishop kind of keeping his queen here, a little bit, unusually placed pieces for black. And right now, can you find a good move for Magnus? There are 2-3 possible moves, but let me see if you can find a thematic good moves. And after this, we will switch to Gukesh, guys. But this you shouldn't miss, the Magnus versus Alireza's game right now here. You shouldn't miss. It's a very important moment here. Yes, bishop d4 was possible, but sometimes you don't want to give your bishop for the knight. And especially when you have the king side space. That's the reason. Psychologically, it's not so easy. Yes, Sentil, Aniruddha, Garva, Chaitanya. Well done. e5 is a thematic move there. A very good move. And if you take here, then... Oh, knight is not... Oh, this would be a blunder, guys. This is a super blunder, Amruta. Amruta is an expert in finding a blunder. What is black to play? What is the move for black to play? Black to play... Yes, queen d4 check. And then you lose the knight there. So definitely not knight c5. Still, e5 was a very good move. Because did you guys find? Anybody found? Oh my god. Nobody found. Nobody. The good move for Magnus over here will be bishop c3, pinning the bishop, and later you are going to recover the pawn here. So bishop c3 was an important move, and that's why e5, not the typical thematic where you winning this other pawn and something like that, but bishop c3, and here you see the hanging and the undefended pieces pe kaise pressure aa sakta hai, and all of this because white is better developed. So bishop g7 by black, and Magnus, will he go e5 or will he say wait, I will go queen e1, I will take my queen to h4, I can play e5 later. This rook to is as if कि यार ये तो मर रहा है, कोई नहीं चल मरने ही वाला है वो, चलेगा, that kind of a thing. Completely ignored rook on a1. Okay, let's go to Gukesh's game because few moves have happened after king g8. Gukesh goes rook c8 and accepts a passive rook because he has an active queen here. Queen goes to d4, challenges queen exchange, takes by Gukesh. So queen is off the board, c5, and there you see rook behind the passed pawn. That is why rook c8 was in control. Knight takes e6, and the imbalance of bishop versus knight is out of the game. Now he's taken here, f takes e6, only knights on the board, rook b1. Major imbalance is Gukesh is having 3 pawn islands, you can see, whereas only 1 pawn island for Fabiano, which means Fabiano might try to press this a little bit. Knight f3 here, though the position is dead equal, but Gukesh has a passer, and that can be to his advantage to create some counterplay. Another important thing is, even if you consider losing this, 4 versus 3 is still not going to be so easy. So this is all under control and game is moving towards a draw. This game is moving towards a draw. Will Gukesh push the pawn right now or not? That is the question. because knight e5. What happens if knight e5 here? Okay. What happens if knight e5? So that was a very important game which is a very important game going on, Magnus versus Alireza. It is not at all very theoretical, and there is a lot to learn from that game. So more than carried away, I believe there was a lot to learn and show some important moments from that game so that the chat can learn. And it was very thoughtfully done. I don't think I got carried away. Yes, guys. Rook c5. You counter attack the knight. If takes, and then this rook endgame is, of course, a draw. So, this is happening. This is happening. So, rook, हो रहा है बहुत ही. If rook c5 and rook b6, then तो we are expecting a draw very soon. Very, very, very soon. क्या बात है? So today, if I had to say some, every game had a different kind of a thing. जैसे Nakamura versus Mamedov, they had a very quick draw, and then it went to Armageddon where Mamedov was just winning. Like draw तो ऐसे ही था, and then a big blunder, and then he lost later on time in spite. He lost on time. Later, also the position was lost. In Anish's game, he completely outprepared Aryantari, and 1 hour time difference we saw. So Anish is winning. In Magnus's game, Alireza went for a crazy g5 idea, and that game has gone into complete originality. In Caruana versus Gukesh, Caruana could not come up with any phenomenal preparation this time. Gukesh was able to just get out of the opening very cool and calmly, and we are seeing with black, if he is holding Caruana this easily, then it's going to be amazing. So that is Wesley versus Nodirbeg. 1 second. Oh, what's going on here? Rook c6, bishop d7, there is a pin here, rook takes h6 by Wesley. Oh, Wesley is winning already. Bishop takes a4, and you move the rook. Rook h5. What is the material? 2, 3. How come Wesley is already winning? Material looks equal if you go rook h5. What's happening? What's wrong? Is the knight trapped for black? Cannot go here, here, here. But of course it can go here. So what is the problem, guys? D4 is hanging right now after rook h5. That is, and you cannot defend it. Oh, that's why rook h5 would be an important move. You stop c5, and he will have to save the d4 pawn with the rook, basically. And then later rook c5, and this pawn is getting into attack. So basically the weaknesses, I think Wesley is going to win one of the pawn. Either this or this, or all the pawns are weakened there. That's the whole point. Okay, also he couldn't go rook a d8 because rook a5, and there is this double attack. So that is the reason. Let's go to Gukesh's game. Knight e5 played, and Gukesh is still thinking. But why is Gukesh thinking? Because he would not want to play rook d6 for sure and allow rook c1. So he is going to play rook c5. So why is he thinking? Yeah, losing d4 pawn. Yes. Yes, Nikhilesh, I have sent him the link, but let's see. He will try his best, but he also has a camp coming up, so he might join for some time. Normie says if this is a draw, then Gukesh has a slight edge as he is black in Armageddon. For sure, Normie, for sure. And maybe sometimes, as they need to prepare not just for one classical game, but if it goes in Armageddon, they need to prepare for 2 games. So that way they might have a completely different opening for Armageddon, based on, it's more towards blitz like thing. So Caruana's preparation for Armageddon will be important to see in that game, if he's able to come up with some opening idea which can surprise Gukesh. That is something for Gukesh to take care of. Why not d3 in Wesley's game? Okay, here over here you are asking why not d3. Number of options. Firstly, to kick this bishop away. Bishop cannot go here. Bishop also cannot go here because rook c5 is coming. Where are you going to take the bishop? If you go bishop e8, looks a little ugly. Might still be needed, but looks a little ugly. And rook d5 will come and you will lose the pawn, because now there is disconnect between the two rooks. So that's not going to work. Even if you go bishop d7, oh, that is cool. Even if you go bishop d7, there is rook d5. So b3 is quite a powerful idea there after rook h5. Rook h5 has been found by Wesley, in fact, and we see the power of b3. Isliye after rook f d8, b3, the bishop needs to go, let's say bishop needs to go back to e8, and at this point of time, let's not forget even white has this rook as well. So the whole thing is, these two pawns, if they were together, like this pawn on c5 and well protected, then एक का तो ड्यूटी d4 के लिए हो जाता था and the other rook would have taken care of the c5. But unfortunately, these two are not getting connected at all. Range ही नहीं लग रहा है, call ही नहीं लग रहा है एक दूसरे को. So that's the main problem. Rook h5 has been played by Wesley. Let's go to Gukesh. Why is he thinking? I'm seriously now worried that why is he taking so long over here? When did he start? 6 minutes he's been thinking. Alkan says Mamedarov's last move was brilliant, game was drawish in the end, but Mamedarov lost on time. Last wala kya? Let's go back there to check the last position. Tempo is with Wesley today. Absolutely. Oh, by the way, what happened with Anish and Aryan Tari? Because he played bishop b5, queen b4, bishop went to c6, and Anish went e3. Yeah, he played e3 and protected everything now. And Aryan takes a break with e5. Now this looks like a desperate attempt. Definitely a little premature. e5. Anish is thinking, but isn't he winning this pawn simply? What is black's plan here? Because if you take the knight here, bishop takes f3, I will have to consider two possibilities: ef6, bishop g2, fg7, king g. If you go bishop f1, and if we just consider all the takes, pura simplest of the takes, if we consider king f8, king f1, then Anish will be left with 2 pawns up in a rook endgame, which is winning. But did black have an intermezzo anywhere? Yes, here. Here the intermezzo was to take queen takes f6 and protect the f3 bishop. That was the whole point. So let's go back, and instead of ef6, if Anish will take bishop takes f3, allow bishop takes e5, where he is landing with only 1 pawn up. But the whole point why this position is so much better for white is his rook is very actively placed. So rook a6, rook a7, both are possible, and later this pawn on c4 is going to be attacked. So that is the main reason there. My question would still be, what if rook b8 and queen c4 and rook b2 with this 1 pawn up, will it be enough for Anish to convert this? What do you think, guys? I am very surprised how much the computer is favoring white. I'm not sure. I don't think it can be practically so easy to win this. Ignal asked, at what age did you learn to play chess? I learned randomly घर पे just time pass के लिए maybe around 6 or something, but I think I started playing tournament around 7.5 when I was 7.5 years old. Ghost Rider. BH5. Guys, the question is that do you think that this position for Anish is as winning as the computer says, or as better as the computer says? Bishop H5 is the suggestion here. Bishop H5 and G6, and you'll have to go back. See, one move here and there and it's just going. So I don't think this is going to be enough compensation. So that is the reason D takes E5 will have that problem. But knight takes E5, where you are not trying to go in opposite colored bishop. Bishop takes G2, king takes G2 over here. Bishop takes E5, D takes E5, and your queen D5 check, and you might lose the pawn. Queen takes E5. So this can go in any way because it's a major piece endgame, and I think that this one pawn here on king side will not matter much. If it was here or here, it would have been completely different scenario, but here it may not matter much, and actually this game might as well end in a draw. That is surprising. Okay, but yes, for clear win, maybe Anish can. If Anish wins, then it's going to be a thematic endgame to learn from. I mean, I bet it's going to be one of the most amazing endgames. Rook c5 played by Gukesh. Very surprisingly, 10 minutes he thought to play Rook c5. Definitely, there is something he was worried about. Which was the move? Maybe f4. Because if this knight is defended, then b6 will be attacked. And where do you go with the knight? Guys, yeah, that is why Gukesh is worried. Because Caruana has a big advantage, and that is connected pawns, which we called as, what do we call these 4 connected pawns together? What do we call that? Just a moment. Yes, Andaman Nicobar. I like that joke. Pawn Island. Exactly, guys. Well done. Connect 4 वगैरह कुछ नहीं. It's a pawn island there. 1 pawn island, and black has 3 pawn islands. Wherever it gets disconnected, एक island वहाँ तक. Here disconnected, एक island. Here disconnected. So black has 3 pawn islands, and fewer the pawn islands, the better. जितना कम उतना अच्छा. Why? The main point of it being that more pawn islands means basically there will be either more isolated pawns, which here you can easily see, or more bases for pawn chains. So their weaknesses, pawns will be weaker. That is the whole point. And you are easily seeing here e6 and c4 are isolated. Now this pawn is once again that kind of a pawn कि either ये hero है या villain है. आपको क्या लगता है, ये hero है या villain? First question. Hero है या villain? That is important. Secondly, right now rook c5 को I think Caruana will go f4. It can give him if he really wants to try. If he doesn't want to try, and if he plays rook b6, in a way this is more like a draw offer, I can say. This is more like a draw offer. Rook c5. Okay, what happens for rook e6? Okay, I'll not underestimate you guys. Come on, this is just winning. You are not reaching in time, so there is no question. So let me not consider you guys as very weak. So f4 के लिए f4 will be suppose played by Caruana. Black to play, and what are the moves you can suggest for black? सबको लग रहा है हीरो 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 जीरो जोकर hero, don't know, but majorly many of you are thinking this is going to be an hero. चलो, that is good to know. Hero बनेगा c4. पर अभी f4 को क्या खेलोगे? What are you going to play here? See for yourself. Nice joke, Shashank. Okay. Okay, so majorly many of you want to play c3, and I really like that you guys are considering this idea with c2, wanting to make it a queen. पर शायद भूल गए knight d3, c1 queen, knight c1, rook c1, king f2, and you would not want to enter in this rook endgame because definitely white has great practical chances and it's not going to be easy. By the way, f4 happened on the board. Maybe Gukesh missed this. That is the reason. But could he have avoided going into this? Knight f3 ko he played c4. What else did he have? This looks fine. He just has to not worry. This is all okay, but he needs to find some perfect moves. c3 is not a good idea if there is anything better where you don't need to lose the pawn. What else was suggested by people? Knight a4 was suggested by some of you, but it would be a big blunder. Why will it be a blunder? White to play. Can you find it? It's a calculation. थोड़ा सोच के बताओ. White to play, tell me 2 moves, not 1. Let's make it a little difficult. Kumar says, I am 1456 rated player at my age of 45. How much more can I climb in ratings? Quite a lot, for sure. 100%. 1800 तो बन ही सकते हो. फिर उसके आगे तब वापस पूछना. I'm 1846 years old. Yeah, isolated pawn can be a passed pawn. Wow, I am loving a lot of ideas coming from all of you guys. मज़ा आ रहा है. Guys, this is a very good question here for you all. White to play, and tell me, knight a4 is a blunder. Knight a4 is a blunder. What will Caruana have? This, and this is, very, Gukesh needs to be very careful right now, because there is only one move which will kind of keep that equality. Otherwise, it gives great practical chances to Caruana. So, so f4, knight a4, if you go, the point is rook b8 check. ये तो many of you found it, because the king can't go to f7. King will have to go to h7. And at this point, it is important that you still continue with the right move. If you don't, then black should be okay, because ये तो just wait ही कर रहा है. So few of you have suggested knight f7. I guess your idea might be to play f5 and to give a checkmate here, so to control the escape square. But you are not getting f5. This rook is there on c5, and because you have no checkmate threat, ये pawn आगे बढ़ना शुरू करेगा. Just one check on h8, and even if you give this check, king goes to f6. Even if you give rook f8, oh, you might even win the rook here. Knight d7. Wow, this is cool. Still, king e7, and if you take here, knight takes c5. Okay, question to you. c2 or knight takes c5? c2 or knight takes c5? A quick question to you. A lot of calculation incoming for Gukesh, actually. Pawn push, c2, 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 knight c5, c2, c2. ओके, इतने लोग c2 बोल रहे हैं जो है ब्लंडर, क्योंकि गाइस शांति में नाइट b3 जा रहा है, नाइट d3 जा रहा है. यू गाइस गॉट कैरिड अवे कि ये हीरो बनेगा एक दिन, बट डोंट गेट कैरिड अवे. नाइट c5 important to play knight c5. Yes, if white will try to save, there are two options. One is rook c8 attacking this knight, and one is rook a8 with the idea of rook a1. And if you go rook a8, it's simple because there is c2, rook a1 ko, there is knight b3, and you make a queen and you will be a piece up, so that will be over. But if you go rook c8 here instead of rook a8, if you go rook c8 attack this knight, the important point is the king jumps to d6, e5 check के लिए भी there is king d5, and even if you give this check there is king e4, and still if you go here the king is going to go in the shelter with king c4, and rook d1 is not going to help you because king बहुत ही आगे आया है, and it's like another piece there. So it's like rook versus two pieces and this pawn on 7th rank. So that was the whole point there. So by the way, yes, there Gukesh did play knight c8, and that was the right move he has found. And to all of you, to show here where you found rook b8 check king h7, the right move for white was knight d7, which was the winning move. You attack this rook here, and if the rook goes back to c7 or anywhere, there is knight f8 check. The king can't escape and it will land in a disco check. So iske liye the only, like, you will try to go away to a5 or something where there won't be a discovered check after knight f8, king g8, but nevertheless there is still, you still lose another pawn here, and check check, and this pawn is going to get dangerous for white. So in this race it will be with a lot of calculations, white will be winning there. Gukesh did not go knight a4, he goes knight c8, very important move, and he finds it, and now he is threatening c3 as well. At the same time he is threatening one more move. What is another idea with Gukesh? What is another idea? So that he can try to get his king out of that mating nets forever. Krish says once the pawn reaches c2, can't Gukesh take knight for rook, escaping fork? I know, right now what we saw was I think I showed that. I need my answer why knight a4 is a blunder. I showed, right? Rook b8 check and knight d7. That is the reason. Do you want to go a little deeper? Let's go a little deeper. Yes, g5. Well done, guys. Shaurya, Pratham, G1, Rakshit. अरे रक्षित आ गया. Narayan, Pratham. Absolutely, g5 is the move where you can deflect this guy. He's not gonna get deflected, but you kind of give some breathing space to your king as well. So these are the two possibilities Gukesh will keep in mind: c3, g5, and trying to get his king out. Only thing he needs to take care is fork ideas. Why can't he go king f8? Because knight d7 check. So that's the thing he must be careful. King h7 also people are saying. Yes, king h7 ke baad once again you don't have king g6 until this knight exists, and even after king h6 you don't have that. Hence g5 will help your king to get out. So he had to be careful with knight c8, but lovely tactics were happening with knight a4, rook b8 and knight d7 and knight f8. With you got to see one theme, guys, important. Whenever you are playing an endgame and your opponent is, it is rook and knight especially, with h6 pawn बहुत बार रहता है. h6 g7 is a very common setup for your king side pawn. So it is number of times, and you know your king cannot go to f7, knight b5, very common setup there. So in such a scenario, when g6 f7 can be controlled, this can be very thematic. A check with the knight and the king needs to come back, and there is a disco again because of the rook on b8. So that is something which you must make sure with rook and knight to take care of not falling into such ideas and such tricks with rook and knight when your opponent is having. So knight c8, and Caruana is thinking over here, surely he is thinking of bringing his piece because king is a piece in the endgame. And in question is, ये अपना हीरो का क्या चल रहा है. c3 गया तो क्या वो विलन बन रहा है या हीरो रह रहा है. king e3 coming closer to this guy. c2, if I go c2, rook c1 with the idea of king d2, just trying to see absolute simple pawn push करते गए तो क्या pawn push करो खुश रहो हो रहा है या नहीं. and rook c1 के बाद black knight can now be a little free because there is no check here. Knight d6, and in order to attack this c2 guy, if you take your king there, then you are losing e4, which is okay, which is absolutely fine. If you want to attack this pawn with the knight, so that let's say you try to maneuver with knight d3, still rook c4 attacks this pawn. For e5 you are going to be in a mess because knight f5, knight d4 is going to be dangerous. So yeah, so it's not easy to just attack the c2 pawn because white himself has defenses there. So king f2 has happened in the game, and we will see if Gukesh goes c3 or not here. If not c3, what other moves are trying to get the king in the game. Maybe g5 I must check once if g5 is okay, but king goes to e3 there. Yeah, is playable. g5 is playable. King h7, king e3, trying to just improve, but finally you need to play c3. Yes, that's why c3 is the right time. Actually, Gukesh is very alert. This is a very important move. क्योंकि अभी नहीं तो कभी नहीं. मतलब this is how he is going to become an hero. What he is going to do is to tie down the rook. Rook को c1 पे रहना पड़ेगा, and the rook's activity is going to be reduced, which is important for then our knight jumping and attacking the weak points. You kind of poke those weak points. So c3, what a timing by Gukesh. Gukesh not just attacks amazingly, but he really is very careful about his defense. I think his defensive techniques are just very, very strong as well. मतलब attack by Gukesh was the Fritz trainer which we launched last time. I think defense by Gukesh also needs to be launched. Anish is slowly getting equal on time with Tari, says Akansh. Yes, I think in a way what Aryan Tari has been able to, what seemed initially just on the surface level, it is not really like that. It's clearly practically difficult to convert. So I think Aryan is really playing interestingly. What is the best move for white now? Best move to get the king on e3. Maybe that is the best move right now. Can we, yeah, Magnus game. Let's go to Magnus game as well. Thank you guys. Okay, let's go to Magnus game quickly because that is one hell of a game. If all of those who have missed opening, just to show you a surprise here. g5 by Ali Reza. क्या ही crazy कर दिया. Bishop b5, what guts this guy had. Bishop g7, takes, d3 by Magnus, g4, knight d2, h5, and there we had one of the most original game of today or this whole tournament maybe. f4, knight e7, bishop d2, Magnus sacrificed a pawn there, and also exchange bishop a5, queen d7, knight bd2. You cannot, I mean, if you take queen a1 and the dark squares are really very weak, so bishop went back here and Magnus goes queen e1. So Magnus had an option e5 and queen e1. He chooses queen e1 right now, and Alireza has been thinking since how long? It's been 20 minutes since Alireza has been thinking. Now that is quite a huge time, and let's see what Alireza comes up with. Most probably something like knight g6 to stop queen h4 looks quite normal, but at the same time looks very scary with f5 in hand anyway, and f6. Oh my god, no, you I mean you can't even think of allowing something like this. Very difficult. So practically it seems scary to play knight g6, and hence once again seems like f5 is the move to play here. What else can Alireza do? Maybe if Alireza says, if I'm going to do long castle, can he even think of long castle, or is it too harsh? Because white's threat is clear, f5 and f6. Oh, here if white goes f5, then bishop a1. Now it's like black is saying कि अभी ignore नहीं करूँगा. I'm so sorry, I've ignored you. But bishop takes a1. So suddenly the assessment is changing. Not easy. But e5, Magnus at least has either of the moves for sure. e5 is in hand, f5 is in hand. So practically it is very, very pleasant for Magnus to play. So queen e1, I would say that for Alireza, f5 would be something which we could expect. Let's go to Gukesh once again. c3 has been played. That has put Caruana in thought. Caruana down to 55 minutes. Gukesh has 51 minutes. Anish Giri's game is going towards equality slowly. Queen c3. In spite of Anish coming out of the opening with 1 hour advantage with him. And if it ends in a draw with white, that might put some pressure on him for Armageddon for sure. Gukesh game is going. So queen c3 by Anish, last move, and if all these exchanges takes maybe you have queen f6 in between, yeah, and you can spoil the structure there with some chance because of the structure. Okay, so queen c3, and if Aryantari takes this queen here, b takes c3, bishop takes g2, king takes g2, and rook d8, trying to go rook d3 and all. This computer still loves for white, not just likes but loves, but I doubt if computer is able to understand the rook endgame so well. Yep. Okay, so queen c3 there by Anish. Nakamura has already beaten Mamedaro. This last position, I think somebody had mentioned knight c3 was, oh, actually, yeah, he had made a mistake, knight c3, but I guess that was majorly just to he knew that Nakamura knew he's winning on time. Maybe that is the reason. 8, yeah, or was it 8? No, he didn't play 8. Okay, so he won on time, and Wesley versus Abdusattarov, rook h5 had happened, and knight f6 by Abdusattarov. But now Wesley can go rook c5 and attack this guy. Knight f6 has stopped rook d5, but rook c5 still remains with the idea of b3. Yeah, so Wesley is absolutely having a great position here, and Magnus Firuza still thinking. So let's be on Gukesh. Oh, king f to c3, knight d3 played by Fabiano. Knight d3. Now, where do you take this rook? Guys, you have 3 squares if you want to stay on the c5. 1, 2, 3. कहाँ जाओगे? Rook c4, rook c6 or rook c7. Will AI change the way of preparation of chess players as the stronger engines are preferred by big players, while players rely more on traditional learning? Yeah, some, of course it has a, I mean, the assessment, yeah, basically everything is about assessment. When Alpha Zero came, some of the preparation, some of the variations which where the assessment was completely different from a normal engine, from an Alpha Zero, it was quite different there. And actually that was the first time where he, uh, you could start thinking of uh, such kind of lines where you're giving sacrifice which is based on, what to say, nothing is clear, those kind of ideas there. You should, by the way, check out Sagar's video on Alpha Zero. He had given a lecture in IIT Chennai, and he'd analyzed some games of um, Alpha Zero. That was a very very nice lecture. Definitely check that out. So, Nightbot active, pawn pushing industries private limited at work. Sports for me. Tricks on tip. Okay, rook c4 and c2. I like it. Many of you, basically two moves here. One is c2. First we will see c2. Why? Because it's a forcing move, and this rook has a question where to go. Rook c1, let's say, looks very natural, and this is what we were looking at. If this rook is now attacked, and now you go rook c4 attacking the e4 point. And if white says no, I want to protect this, the knight jumps in once again, increasing attack on the e4 point. Now, as we had seen last time, and if you guys remember, a move like e5 is a mistake, because the knight jumps in with a check to the king, and if king goes here, the knight jumps in. Oh, by the way, knight d3 c2 has been played by Gukesh. ये pawn तो hero ही निकला. Rook c1. Exactly, this is what we are looking at. Rook c4 right now. Also, one point here for knight d3. If Gukesh would have gone a move like rook c6 or something, okay, that was also working. Still, this is all forcing. c2, rook c1, rook c4. This is forcing. King d6, king e3, knight d6 is also kind of forcing. e5 is a bad move. This is what we were looking at. A blunder, because after king d2, knight d4 protects this, and knight b3 check incoming. So that would be a problem there. So not e5, but what Caruana goes is not king e3. Caruana goes knight e1. Now, isn't that almost a draw offer here? Because if rook takes c4 and knight takes c2, then there is rook f4. You lose a pawn. So you will first need to defend this, and then this is attacked by two guys, so then you can win this. Okay, so knight e1. Also Gukesh can play knight d6 as well, threatening a check. So this is an easier draw, like takes with knight endgame. This is even more clear towards the draw. And for knight d6, this time if e5, knight f5 is not a check, so that can be okay. So that's why if rook c2, rook f4. Okay, he's got rook e4 anyway. Gukesh says, okay, अभी मिल रहा है तो मैं खा लेता हूँ. So rook takes c4 here, g3 or king f3 incoming, and knight d6 next move, and rook c2. This, I guess, maybe a draw in 5 minutes. What to say? Rakshit says, how about I make Future Shah YouTube chat bot and add Future Shah dialogues to it? That would be hilarious. Oh, IIT Madras, you mean? Yeah, what did I say? Maybe Chennai. Can Gukesh win? Madhavan. Though I understand your emotions, आपकी भावनाओं को समझ रहे हैं, but no, he cannot win. Pranab says, draw with black pieces against Caruana, who is a beast in this tournament, is a good result, I guess. Absolutely. Plus, not just a draw, it was like a not worried wali draw. Matlab it was very calm and cool draw. मणिकांत ये गुकेश की ही मैच है. मे बी यू आर एट सम different time zone in the live stream, I mean. Clinical precision. They drew. The game has ended in a draw. So 10:53, right? So another 20 minutes we will have an Armageddon, which is let's say 11:13 to be very precise. So between 11:10 to 11:15 we will have the next Armageddon, unless they have something like they ask them, do you want to play now, and they say okay. Rakshit says, I am doing BSc in data science from IIT Madras. IITM matlab I am guessing Madras. Right. Awesome. So Hikaru world number 2 again? Maybe. I am at IIT Bhopal. It was a dream to get IITM. Acha. Lot of IITians, huh? Living a nice hostel life, I guess. Okay, so Hikaru world number 2 again kya please. We will have some statisticians in our chat and they will help you. But this game has ended in a draw. A great result for Gukesh. Once again, Gukesh OP ho jaye, guys. And all of those who have not checked, please check the pinned link that has all the all the sweaters which have been knitted during the rest day by all of our players, and they are having a voting, so people's vote award is also going to be there. The main I think on that day the award went to Anish and wait, let me just open the link and show it once to all of you. Yup, there we have. I will show you the designs by Gukesh. Okay, can you see that, guys? So here we have Anish and Nordirbek have won the vote for your favorite design in Norway Chess Games People's Choice Award. During the highly anticipated Norway Chess tournament, an extraordinary event unfolded. The Norway Chess Games team, consisting of 10 remarkable Norway Chess contestants and a TV2 staff, were asked with designing a sweater together, judged on cooperation, creativity, color composition, and knitability. The teams poured their heart and soul into their creations. Bonus points were given for producing a knitted sample swash. After careful deliberation, Anish and Nordirbek emerged as the winners chosen by the jury. Now it's your turn to have your say. Vote for your favorite design and help determine the People's Choice Award winner. The grand announcement will take place on June 10th, where the players will receive their personally hand-knitted sweaters. Don't miss out on this exciting moment. Cast your vote and be a part of Norway Chess Games People's Choice in collaboration with the House of Yarn and Woolet. So here we have, guys, this is Anish and Nordirbek's design. This had one jury had voted for this, and we have this Gukesh and Wesley. This was Gukesh and Wesley's one, and yeah, rest of them, Aryan Tari, fashion designer, Ali Reza. But even without, I think for me these are the top two, and I think guys you can vote here. This is Gukesh and Wesley here. Very interesting theme they try to keep actually. Okay, let's go back and let's go to the main board. What are the questions? Oh yeah, don't spam. You can write once and I can check the answers, but don't spam. At this position, Gukesh could go rook d4, then rook d1, and if rook take rook, then pawn take, and it is queen, says Utsav. But no, rook e4 here, knight c2, rook f4 happened, and there was a draw. You did not have time. Your rook was on e4, so that was not possible. This is why I voted for Armageddon. अरे अपना vote क्या कहा? Vote ने क्या ही कहा? What is the voting statistics we have here? Wow, that is cool. Gukesh beats Caruana 52%, 32% for Armageddon, and Caruana beats Gukesh 16%. एक तो everybody knew कि Caruana beats Gukesh is very very difficult. So that was quite known there. Amazing. So let me add a new poll then. Armageddon prediction. Gukesh versus Fabiano. Armageddon prediction. Oops, prediction. Gukesh wins. Fabi wins. Gukesh draws, wins by a draw. Okay. So there we have the poll, a new poll, guys. You can choose, you can vote over here as well. Historically, Fabi hasn't been the best blitz player. That's what Sachin says. That means that good chances for Gukesh. Neeraj says good typing speed. 96% Gukesh. Gukesh can easily beat Fabi in Armageddon. Gukesh will win. Guki wins. Arre, kya hi confidence hai. But one thing is clear. The way Gukesh is becoming an Armageddon expert. Like, he's beaten Norderbeck, Anish, and he's like not just beaten, but he's crushed them. So today is like, in fact, for Fabi, it is not going to be easy at all. Also, when you know that your opponent has beaten the other players in such a crushing way, you can get intimidated actually. Shall we look at other games until it starts? Okay, it is going to start in another 10 to 15, between 10 to 15 minutes it's going to start. Magnus's game, which, oh, look at this. He played queen e1 ko bishop a6. He did not play f5 first, and Magnus had e5 option, but Magnus goes rook d1 here, and now this guy Ali Reza goes f5. Finally, he keeps his pawn on f5, blocks this. Magnus goes e5 after f5, but actually f5 earlier was better somehow. That's what Bar said. Now e5 has been played by Magnus. Firstly, if you take here, once again, knight c5 will be a blunder, as we had seen it. Queen d4 check. Not a blunder this time because you have queen f2 there. But after queen f2, black is happy to exchange the queen, and he is happy with giving the double pawn. So that looks okay. That looks good for him. So not that. So after de5, not knight c5, but the move here anyway for white would be bishop c3. Once again pinning the pawn here against the g7 bishop. So e5 taking here is not a good idea. If not takes, then Alireza needs to find the next move, because if he doesn't find the next move, White's idea of rook d1. What was White's idea of rook d1 now? If Alireza plays a move like, to give you an example, h4, White to play. Sorry, Magnus to play, in fact, or maybe you to play. One moment. d4, knight c4, knight c4. Yes, knight c4 is the move, and that was this quiet little move rook d1, because if you take here, and you can see how the rook is, the file is opened, double pawns do not matter, rook d1 and this pawn putting pressure on this guy here. So that's the whole idea of rook d1. That's why Magnus first played rook d1. And here after e5, if anything else, then Alireza will land up in trouble. Also one more thing for knight c4, if you ignore and if you do not take, and if you play a move like d5, knight is jumping in to d6, and now the king is definitely going to be in trouble. Knight c5 coming next. Maybe the king is not in trouble, maybe it's just the material over here which is really under trouble. So e5, Alireza needs to find the next move, and he finds. He goes knight g6 right now. This time he prepares for knight c4. Now what is it that he has prepared for knight c4 over here? What is Alireza's idea for knight c4? His idea is to take the pawn here. D takes e5. That is his idea. That's why he has this knight here. And this time if you come back with your bishop, do you realize it's no more a pin? It is defended there. It is defended, but guys, this would be very risky. If you take here, would be very risky, because takes, and you lose the e6 pawn. So you cannot think of taking there. So you can move the, what to play here but with black? Oh, just removing this knight which is keeping pressure on e5. Just to remove it and move your queen away, and next you are castling, and actually these pawns are giving a great shelter to your king. In fact, the rook comes in, and even if white goes a move like fe5 after castle, f4 is going to be dangerous. This is blocked over here. c5 is defended here. So that is his idea. In fact, Magnus needs to be careful right now. Knight g6 played by Alireza. Quickly go to Anish Giri's game here, because he has got into this endgame, queen f6, gf6, king g2 and rook fd8. So this, if Anish Giri, we are expecting this rook endgame to be a draw, but let's see, it has some chances. Still Aryan Tari will need to be defending well, because his pawn structure is not so good. So he needs to defend well, and maybe rook c1 in the air, but rook d2 is coming. Seems hard, not maybe not so difficult, yeah, to hold. What time does Gukesh start? Another 5 minutes, between 5 to 10 minutes. Nikhil Roshan says 10 more likes to go for 300. कर दो. अरे 10 ही है तो कर ही देंगे निखिल. टेंशन काय को लेने का. Manasvi Mishra asks, how much longer until Gukesh becomes India number 1? What do you guys think? Good question to the chat. Okay, so here Anish game, I am predicting draw. What about you guys? What are you predicting? Do you think Anish can win? Anybody who thinks Anish can win, or do you also predict a draw? Sagar is in Nagpur. By the way, guys, today the match between Vidit versus Fiddler and Ronak versus Nigel Short ended, and both of them won the match. I mean, both of them, matlab, Vidit and Ronak, both of them won the match. Can win is different, but do you think he will win? Or will it end in a draw? Global Chess League from June 21. In Dubai. Anish will win, says Sentinel. Saurav says no. Oh, maybe I should put here, by the way. No, I cannot change the link. Within 5 minutes, it will start. I hope wins. I hope he wins. Please pronounce Senthil as Sendhil. Okay, I will try to remember. Okay, so not sure. I think you guys are also not very sure about it, whether Anish can win this or not. We will come back here a little bit later. I think after Gukesh ka Armageddon also they will be playing, I guess. This is Wesley versus Abdul Sattarov. A few moves happened. We last left at rook h5, knight f6. He went rook a5. The bishop went to c2. It didn't want to go back later. Oops, to e8 and all. So e5 by Wesley. The knight goes to e4. Here rook c1. Bishop is attacked. Did he go bishop? No, he takes on d2. Rook takes c2. Knight takes f3. G takes f3. And this has gone into a rook endgame. It's Nodirbek to play. There is a pass pawn over here. Rook d8 seems like a possibility, because if you take, then there is d3 and you will have to keep your rook to d2, and this pawn can be saved with c5 and rook can go to d5. White will keep his pawn on f4 and this pawn can roll basically. So this is one possibility that it can go to after gf3. but with the double rook endgame and a disconnected pawn and a material advantage, Wesley has great winning chances. This is not like Anish's position, because in this game Wesley is able to get a passer on this side, because these are the weak pawns. In Anish's game here, rook fd8 has been played, and now really Anish has to decide, because rook d2 is definitely a powerful threat by Aryan Tari. By the way, Fabiano versus Gukesh game has started. Let's go. Shit, how did I miss it? No, it just started right now. e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6. Rai Lopez by Caruana. Gukesh is black. Once again, Berlin defense here. Takes, knight d2, bishop e6 this time by Gukesh. h3, knight goes to d7. Knight b3 by Fabiano. Gukesh saves his bishop. He goes back to e7 and knight goes to a5. This typical knight maneuver where knight goes to a5 and attacks this pawn base on b7. Queen goes to c8. Is this opening? Yeah, this has been played earlier. Queen c8, not many games. b3 by Fabiano. Castle, and Gukesh goes c5 over here, placing his pawn on the dark square and stopping d4 forever right now. a4, Fabiano goes for, is he going to develop bishop to a3? b6 by Gukesh, kicks the knight away. The knight must go back to c4, only move. f6, defends the e5 pawn. He is putting all his pawns on dark squares. Dark square bishop right now is a bad bishop. Knight h4, and Gukesh is thinking right now, but a maneuver is possible. What is the maneuvering which he can do? Which piece and where? Oh, he goes rook d8. Actually, he goes rook d8. But a nice idea for him was to start maneuvering knight b8, knight c6 and knight d4. If c3 will be played in the future, then d3 becomes weak on the open file. Typical to provoke c3. So knight b8 was a good move Gukesh had. He goes rook d8 and after queen f3, right now he goes knight b8. The question was if Caruana actually could have gone knight f5 or what over here. Yeah. Caruana could have gone knight f5 attacking this bishop here, and if bishop f8, bishop b2, seems like this knight is jumping to e3 and seems like it was good for white, but Caruana played queen f3, again quite natural. Queen g3, knight c6, Gukesh brings in his knight f4. Okay, Caruana is going for attacking chess, knight goes to d4, big threat by Gukesh, winning the queen with a fork. Caruana goes rook f2, stops Gukesh's threat, also defends c2 here. Gukesh is thinking, should he take away this knight, because e5 is attacked right now by one guy, two guy and three guys. e5 is attacked. Oh my god, Gukesh makes a mistake. King h8 is a mistake. He is losing a pawn. Oh my god, how has he blundered here? He has blundered a pawn. Also, Caruana has good enough time, but he must still fight. F takes e5, bishop takes e4. Maybe he has something in mind. What is it that he is having in mind? B takes e4. Because f takes e5, queen takes e5 cannot be played. Maybe that is what he is having in mind. Bishop takes h4. But it is not about queen takes e5 immediately. The knight will jump to f5. Attack this guy here. And also there is a mating, checkmate in 1. Bishop will need to go to f6. That's the... Okay, maybe for knight f5, Gukesh will take here on f5. Knight f5 has happened, and whether Gukesh will take there or go bishop f6, we will wait and see. But Gukesh is in big trouble. He is having lot of weaknesses. He is also having a very bad bishop there. So definitely a big trouble there. Bishop f6. He goes bishop f6. But bishop g5 is incoming, challenging this bishop. Also knight d4. Thematically, Caruana is just clearly better, and so much better that this is, with so much time, it's very hard that Caruana might make any more mistakes. Very hard. In fact, this has been very, very unexpected. Very unexpected. Okay, Caruana challenged the bishop. Gukesh exchanged bishop g5, queen g5, and now queen d7 defends the checkmate idea. So, if it goes into a rook endgame, Caruana has the file and the king. The last rank is weak. That's why you cannot just take the a4 pawn. That's something right now not at all a thing to consider. Winning that pawn on the side would be terrible. Rook f8. Caruana has a nice move here, queen g4. Any discos happening? Yes, definitely discos happening then. Queen g4, and the disco idea, guys, can be knight h6, because if you take rook f8, then there is rook f2, then there is queen d7, you lose the queen. And if you would take the queen, then there was mate. So knight e6 trying to defend f8 and g7, but you saw the knight on d4 was actually useless. A central place and a rare point where such a knight was useless. It goes back here. The queen must move. The queen should go to g3 and attack this guy here. Otherwise, the knight is going to jump in, and maybe with one or two errors from Caruana, Gukesh might get some possibility to, keep some hold. So queen g3 is important. Queen e7 is other idea to challenge the queen. That could be also possible. Queen g3, goes queen g3. Caruana goes and knight f4 by Gukesh. Okay, but now how is Caruana going to progress? He finds queen g4. This guy is not at all missing any ideas with the idea of knight e3 and queen exchange. Queen exchange is good for him. Gukesh goes rook f6 and rook g6 could be giving him some counterplay later. So rook f6, a nice practical move. Caruana must challenge the queen exchange right now. Would be a good idea to go knight e3. Also, Caruana can kick this knight away from f4 with g3, and the knight will need to go back. So knight e3 with the idea of g3 or g3 with the idea of knight e3, both are good for Caruana. Oh, he goes knight e3. He is playing very solidly. And the most important thing is Caruana has been in form in general. So when you get such a big advantage, that too with white and that too with more, the time gap is reducing slowly, but it's hard that Caruana can make a mistake. We will see. Only advantage is a draw can be okay for Gukesh. Queen d4 by Gukesh. And now can he not go g3, or is g3, e3 is hanging, sorry, e3 is hanging. Knight f5 once again and queen d7. Will they repeat? Maybe Caruana will need to find something else then. If knight f5, Gukesh should quickly come back, so that make Caruana think for better ideas. Or Caruana will go rook f3 with the idea of g3, because then he is also threatening rook f6, gf6, and not rook f6, because maybe queen e3, rook f7, rook, that looks a little complicated. Queen d4, knight f5, queen d7. Once again they've repeated, and Caruana is thinking Caruana has come down from 4 minutes at least. That is a good thing, at least. How about rook g3? No, rook is not on f3. g3, and now he will go back knight e3. Now knight e3 is important for Caruana, but he will find it. And Gukesh can double the rooks. Yes. Come on. Good thing is time. Caruana is thinking. Gukesh has to play fast. Gukesh definitely must play fast, because that can really help him to bring Caruana under pressure, and that pressure can make mistakes happen from Caruana. Knight e3. Caruana finds the best move once again. Either rook f8 or rook f2. Anyway, rook f8 and exchanging the rooks and going into queen and knight. Come on, Gukesh, you cannot think so much. You have to play. This is your chance. The time. So knight e3 here. Once again, Caruana gets a big advantage because Gukesh is thinking, and this 1 minute matters. You get time to remind yourself that you have to really play fast. That is the biggest thing you get when your opponent is thinking. Yes, he goes rook f8, rook takes f6, very quickly played by Caruana, and rook takes f6. And right now Caruana is thinking, because after rook f6, gf6, this pawn is going to defend the e5 pawn, and this weakness will be near to the king. But nevertheless, thematically, white is just simply better because of beautiful squares there. But important to know is there are weaknesses in Caruana's position, but he finds once again an amazing idea. h4, h5, h6. The main idea is to play against this king, and he finds it. He's going to play h5. Gukesh will have to keep the pawn on h6, otherwise he might land up in some trouble. Or is Gukesh going to challenge it, go to queen exchange? Will it go in a ninth endgame where he once again can get some chances? Because only for one reason, draw can be okay there. King g2 by Caruana. Now Gukesh is thinking, can he go h5? Should he challenge the queen exchange? Is queen g6 okay? No, queen g6. Oh, that would be a blunder. Of course, not queen g6, but queen g8 or h5 definitely seems like possible. Both the moves possible. Unless the endgame is clearly worse. That's why he is thinking. Because queen g8, if queen g8, king g8, this is draw. He plays c6, but king f2 here by white. Now, what is his plan? c6, important was for Caruana to play h5. He goes king f2. Gukesh should play h5 and get rid of this forever. He should keep his pawn on h5, but it's such a committal move. Not easy to make. Queen g8. Now queen f5 by Caruana. He wants to retain the queens. Queen f7 once again, and Gukesh makes Caruana think to find a plan. h5 is going to happen soon by Caruana. Even the square on g4 has been vacated. So knight g4 is in the air, attacking the f6 pawn, where Gukesh will need to go king g7, and once again h5, h6 will be a strong threat. That's why the pawn on h5 would also cover g4. Okay, he goes h5. Now Will Gukesh play h6 or even he stops king g7 is also okay. He goes h6, queen g4 by Caruana. He's going to bring the knight to f5. All of these are weaknesses here. Main weakness is Gukesh's king. Queen g4 and Gukesh is thinking this is big trouble for him. If king h7, knight f5. Quite a big trouble. Can he just ignore and start here? a6, b5. 46 seconds for Gukesh. Oh my god, this is going to be very, very hard. Quite unfortunate but very hard. King h7 has been played and now knight f5. Caruana will jump in. He is thinking. What is he thinking for? Maybe he wants to repeat. I don't know. For a move or two. Because knight f5 is the most obvious move over here. Oh, he plays knight f5. Yeah, he's played knight f5 and Gukesh is thinking now. 36 seconds. Now, come on, you have to play. If what is the threat? If a move like a6 is played, then there is knight d6. That is the problem this time. With queen f5 check in the air. So knight f5, the threat is also knight d6, and with 17 seconds to defend his position is close to impossible. He goes knight g7 here, and Caruana is going to jump in with knight d6. It's all going to get very, very weak. Oh my god, what a brilliant play by Caruana. "19 seconds for Gukesh. He goes, what happened? Oh, knight, what happened? Takes. He did not, the knights are exchanged. Is it going to give any chances for a perpetual or what? King h7, queen takes c6. No, Gukesh loses a pawn. Queen goes to e7 now. And king f3, king g7. Might go king g4, king f5. Oh, the king is coming in. This king has also started to come in. It's not so easy. All the checks are covered here by this queen. Queen c8, queen f7. It's all over. 11 seconds for Gukesh. Oh, but he's getting 1 second increment. Still, you never know if Caruana can miss something. King g4. Played by Caruana. He can't go king f5 though, because queen h5 check is coming. But important to note is, because Caruana is a pawn up, a queen exchange will be winning king pawn endgame for white. King g7. King h4 was played and Gukesh goes king g7. Maybe queen g7 was a possibility, but okay, king g7 is played. King g4 will come again. How will he progress? A move like g4 gives Gukesh a great chance, because he can find a move like queen g8. Okay, let's go back to the game. King g4 has been played, but this was the whole idea. King g4, king h7 by Gukesh. Queen f5 check, king g7, queen f3. Caruana is also struggling to find a plan. He is also going to 24 seconds. 7 seconds to Gukesh, 18 seconds to Caruana. Can a miracle happen? Queen f7 by Gukesh. If he gets 1 second increment. But now Caruana is taking the king to the queen side, and now that is really a good plan, because he's a pawn up over there. a5 will be coming soon. Queen f7. Oh, Gukesh got his pawn on a5. King goes to b3. Abhi, what the king is going to do? The king has no progress. For Caruana, he needs some break. At some point, g5 could come in with ideas like h6 and queen. That's why Gukesh keeps the f6 defended. Queen e6. Now, oh, that has happened, but the queen has gone to a1. Gukesh is clearly losing, but can he get any perpetual ideas there? Only a blunder from Caruana can save him. Otherwise, there is no chance. Not much hopes here. 70 moves have been played, and yes. What? Gukesh victorious? No, the black is victorious. How? No, white should be victorious. Maybe the result is wrong, guys. There is no way black can be winning here. So it's just wrong result. Queen g5 check, king h8 blunder. Is it a flag down or what? One on time. What? Oh my god. Firstly, Gukesh OP guys, because to beat Fabiano on time, man, he had to be there, and we just had, oh my god, this is unbelievable. Too good, man. Gukesh was able to beat in this position Fabiano on time. What a heartbreak to Fabiano. Take a moment for him, because this position he is like plus 7.5. Fabiano is the leader of the tournament, and he has been winning this game since beginning. Gukesh had made a blunder upon blunder. To all of those who had missed here, he had played king h8, and here of course he was in difficult position for sure, but here he didn't lose the pawn, but he got into big trouble, and the position was very, very difficult for him to defend. He went low on time. Later he lost a pawn in the queen endgame, but queen endgame mein you are going to keep giving checks to your opponent also at some point of time. Fabiano had to find a plan, because the position was simply too close. That was a big problem, that nothing was working out immediately, and with that Fabiano got under pressure. What Gukesh has managed to do is simply unbelievable. Put Fabiano under so much pressure that he lost on time. A heartbreak for Fabiano for sure, guys. Definitely sad, feeling definitely sad as a chess player for Fabiano. But well done, Gukesh. Not at all easy, yeah. What unbelievable 5 seconds he had, and 2 seconds with Fabiano at the last moment, and Fabiano plays queen d8, and I'm like, come on, no, the result is by mistake, that's not possible. Completely forgetting that Fabiano went low on time. Completely forgetting. Oh man. OTB chess helped. Don't think Fabi would get. Yes, absolutely true, Sachin. OTB chess is different यार. वो heavy pieces को उठाओ, खेलो, ये करो, clock press करो, stress में करो, सब कुछ. थोड़ी ना easy है. Unbelievable. But this was a miracle. Gukesh beats Fabi finally. They say there is no luck. Of course, I mean, we can say there is also luck here, 100% true, but to still keep it going requires that kind of a, perseverance. क्या ही, Gukesh जीत गया. Once again a hat-trick Armageddon. All 3 days he has been playing Armageddon. Last 2 games he had crushed Anish and Norway. Today he was losing, but finally the tables turned and Gukesh wins, making it his 3rd hat-trick win in Armageddon. Oh, chat में तो मज़ा ही मज़ा, सब लोग क्या ही खुश है. People flag online, but chat Gukesh flags the world number 2 in a losing position. OTP. दोस्तों लाइक कर दो स्ट्रीम अभी, ये टाइम है टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम. Well, against Aryan, Guki will win, and against Wesley, he will win in Armageddon. So yeah, Guki adopting everyone. Guys, Gukesh is moving towards. Okay, shall we check at the standings? Here, look at this. Gukesh 1.5, Fabiano 1, Hikaru today 1. Actually, Hikaru was losing, but he won. Otherwise, Gukesh might have really gone ahead of Hikaru. Magnus ongoing, Anish ongoing. And if I look at the standings, Fabiano 14.5. Look at this. Actually, Nakamura was losing. In that sense, Gukesh would have been on number 2 spot. But Nakamura won, and so Nakamura is on number 2 and Gukesh is on number 3 with 10 points. All these top 4 are updated. These games are over. Mamedharov missed. Mamedharov is on 9. No, otherwise he would have also been on 9.5. So these 4 are updated. Firuza is playing against Magnus Carlsen. One of them is going to go, get on 5th spot anyway. They will stay on maybe 4th or 5th spot, yeah. And Wesley, Anish, Nadir Beg and Aryan Tari. Brilliant, man. This was brilliant. Ha, kya hi maza aaya. Gukesh started moving queen far away, only at time scramble. Gulshan says yes, he deserves. That's why they give less time to black. ट्रैवल भाई कुकी जीत गया और मैं मिस कर गया. अरे नॉट यूट्यूबर, क्या ही, कोई बात नहीं. थैंक यू गाइज, मज़ा आया, बहुत मज़ा आया. इनक्रेडिबल गुकेश, सो स्ट्रेसफुल से अस्मिता. गुकेश ओपी, गुकेश wins because of Gukesh is brutally honest. He will not be happy with this. No, that is true. I mean, as a chess player, obviously you feel for your opponent. You have that empathy where you can imagine yourself in your opponent's place. But at the end of it, you lose games like this and you're gonna win games like this. That is the whole point. If he would have given up, then there would be no opportunity also for Fabi to lose on time. He kept fighting. And that is how it happens in Armageddon. मतलब बुलेट में कितना भी जीत रहे हो, what we will say in the end, अरे बुलेट में कुछ भी हो सकता है. And similarly in Armageddon also, in a way where there is this increment is just 1 second, it's exactly the same situation. At the end of it, flag is a very big part of Armageddon. That's why it is Armageddon. So yeah, Pranav says, what a game, went for dinner, came back to see Gukesh in a losing position and then Guki winning. Awesome. Now I want him to get 3 points by defeating Aryan, says Dipanshu. Oh, that would be a big thing. Yes, I think with White, Gukesh definitely has a good chance to beat Aryan. Super play by Gukesh. I think he really held it. You know, he was just hanging in there. Not easy. कल सीधे Armageddon ही खेले. नहीं, कल by the way, tomorrow is a rest day, guys. So we will be looking at it day after. But today I am right now not going because I am keen to see Magnus versus Ali Reza. They have been playing an amazing game. And what happened? Last we left at knight g6, knight c4 by Magnus. He finds it. Bishop c4 actually played. D takes c4 and d5 by Firuza. Firuza is defending well. Knight c5, queen c8, knight goes back to b3 and castle. At this moment, castle is a bad move. That's what the computer says. In fact, computer says it's almost a blunder. And what is the reason? Magnus finds it. Bishop b4, attacks the rook. Still don't understand what's the reason. Rook e8 was played. And this is the reason there. Bishop goes to d6, queen a6. And Magnus goes queen c3. Actually, Magnus has made an error. The reason was he had to go c5, and the reason was with castle, Magnus got an opportunity to bring his bishop out of this pawn chain, out of this bad dark square pawn chain, where the bishop would be controlling important square here for an open file. And c5 was the main idea. I think he might have considered queen a2, losing a pawn. But the whole point was that once you defend this, then the knight is going to jump to d4. c6 is a deadly weakness. Also e6. So all these sacrifices could be in the air. एक बार f5 पे sack आया ना, something like this. Knight f5, ef5, queen f5, ये भी मरेगा, ये भी मरेगा, ये चारों का निधन, and that king would be completely exposed. And your after knight d4, rook b1, rook b7, oh my god, this was just crushing. I think Magnus is definitely going to be unhappy once he gets to know this is what he missed. Bishop d6, he missed this, he did not go for it. He played queens. What did he play? Oh, he played this. No, he played queen c3 right now. gives a chance to black. What chance is Alireza having, and will he find it? Black to play, guys. Not an easy position, not an easy move. Rakshit says from Amruta not coming into streams to Amruta being addicted to streaming. We have come a long way. नहीं, अभी सागर अचानक चला ही गया नागपुर, तो we can't miss Gukesh, right? So that was the responsibility. But Sagar will be back, and then I'll be relaxing. Black to play, guys. Important move you have to find here, and I think this is a very nice question for all those who want to love finding tough moves. Queen c4, queen b6, rook c8. Yeah, I mean queen c4 is definitely the first question. Why not queen c4? Because you are taking this pawn away and removing all the ideas of d takes c5. Queen takes c4, queen takes c4, d takes c4. But white goes knight c5, and this position is still very good for him because e6 is under terrible pressure. What else are you going to do? Your rook is coming to d4, winning this pawn, and then slowly this is also going to be in trouble. So positionally this will still be trouble for black, and the move here was, all of you who said rook c8, once again c5 is the problem. So c5 yourself. And why c5? And why is it still important to go c5 over here? Because if you play knight c5 now, black to play, and dekhte hai how alert are all of you. If you're studying, then you might miss it. If you're eating, you might miss it. If you're dancing, still you might miss it. You might be still dancing because Gukesh won, so I assume that you guys are dancing. Queen b6 nahi, you wanted to pin this, but no, the right move is suddenly tactics. Queen takes d6 and there is a pin, and that's why this is an amazing idea. The idea is queen takes d6, and if you take the pawn with the bishop, then now Alireza can take the pawn on c4. d takes c4. बाहर को छोड़ो, धोखेबाज है. b takes, d takes c4 over here, and black is back in the game. Surprisingly, black is back in the game. So will Alireza find c5? Magnus has missed it, guys. You can imagine how long did Magnus take here to play queen c3. He when he played bishop d6, he took only 5 seconds, and for queen a6 he took 3 to 4 minutes. In 3 to 4 minutes he missed it. And how long did Alireza had? Alireza had 29 minutes almost, and right now he has thought for 6 minutes. Matlab, Alireza is thinking. Generally a person who needs to get out of trouble, he is always alert if my opponent is missing something. So Alireza will use his time, and it's a move where once you spot the tactic, it's done. देखा तो वो खेलेगा ही. Obviously, what nonsense. देखा तो खेलेगा ही ना. So c5. Prediction. What do you guys think? Will Alireza find c5 or no? Daksh says Amruta was right. I was eating and missed it. Dead Deal says I was not following recent streams. Sagar bhai kahan hai? One thing I can assure, not kidnapped. Second thing I can assure, he's not left me. And third thing, I'll tell you the truth. He's in Nagpur, and the match between Vidit versus Swidler and Ronak versus Short has ended. They both, Vidit and Ronak, have beaten them. So yes. Rakshit says I wasn't eating and still missed it. Rakshit, किसके बारे में सोच रहे थे? शार्दुल सेज यार सुट्टीवर असायला पाहिजे होतं, विदित अँड सागरला भेटता आलं असतं. अच्छा, पण कामावरून घरी रात्री येत असशील ना, मग हॉटेलवरती जाऊ शकला असतास. आई सेड C5, सेकंड नॉट श्योर, शायद. चेस बेस इंडिया के बारे में, वेरी गुड रक्षित. नाइट बॉट के बारे में, फ्यूचर शाह बॉट. ओ Ali Reza doesn't find it, guys. Ali Reza doesn't find it, and he also like पहले मैग्नस जाएगा, कंप्यूटर स्क्रीन खोलेगा and like अरे यार, how did I miss it? And then Ali Reza will open his screen and he's like, oh, what a chance, one chance to change the fashion of this whole game. But Ali Reza also misses it, guys, and he goes rook a8. Once again, it's all in Magnus's control to go C5. And I bet while Ali Reza was thinking, Magnus actually would have found C5. I don't know if Magnus would have maybe Magnus might make a confession. Maybe. But very, very surprising. See here, now Magnus is like, C5, bus. और नहीं, अभी और नहीं. He found it. मतलब I can bet on it that Magnus saw Ali Reza C5 after he would have played. He would have seen it. अरे नागपूरला घर आहे, काम जर्मनीत. Okay. Germany, then I think Sagar might come to Dusseldorf in August if things work out. Yeah, so that's the thing which we are seeing, actually a move being missed, and such an amazing tactic, guys. C5 queen d6 deserves to be in a book. Like कहाँ से आ रहा है ना, it's like coming out of nowhere. This is all psychology. If I give you a position like अरे black to play, मतलब I did give you a position, you guys still didn't find it because of the same psychological reason that while in this game which we were looking at, ये तो कभी आ ही नहीं रहा था. Such a tactic was just not happening anytime, and this is the psychological miss. The tactic is not at all difficult. If in a book you are looking at and you were asked कि भाई what should black play, कम ऑन यार, ये पिन का थीम का टैक्टिक है, क्वीन d6, इतना क्या मेरे को उल्लू बना रहे हो, दैट वुड बी योर रिएक्शन. बट हियर exactly you miss pins in this kind of scenario where the whole game is connected. It's all connected like one life. So that is how the patterns, how much ever tactics you're solving, you should solve difficult ones also so that you can spot in the game. Bishop h6 by Ali Reza, and Magnus is cool and calmly going to play g3 and secure his pawn chain over here. And once that is secured, this knight will start its journey and go to the beautiful square knight d4. And as I said, if white gets a chance to sacrifice on f5, it's going to be super dangerous for Ali Reza. So that's Magnus versus Ali Reza. Vesely has beaten Aryan Tari, by the way. We saw over here after gf3. f6 was played by Abdul Sattarov. Abdul Sattarov made a bad move, f6 here. Rook takes c7, rook f7, because if fe5, maybe that was his plan. Rook takes e5, and if rook takes f3, rook is doubling here, and there is a big problem. So he goes rook c7, rook f7, rook takes f7, takes, e takes f6, and at this point of time, if king takes f6, then there is rook d5, the d4 will be attacked. If you try to attack rook b2, then b3. If you will now try to defend the pawn with rook b4, then this rook has been tied down. You see, the rook cannot go anywhere else, and in order to defend, it only can stay on b4 over here. but white has a nice move f4, so that the king, if it goes to e6, there is a check and the king can simply come to d3, and the rook endgame seems to be winning for white, because he has one extra pawn here and one extra pawn here also, because this is going to be lost. So in the game what happened was rook d8, king f1 moves, and finally this was losing, so Naderbek resigned here and Wesley wins this endgame. Anish versus Aryantari. Anish is fighting still against the pawn structure with double rooks. He is better now. Computer ka better and practical better is very different. Black is trying to secure his pawns there. He's kept his two rooks together. Anish's weaknesses are f2, which he has made sure that he is protecting them, and right now Anish is thinking what to do. So that is Anish's game. Will be very interesting to see if he can convert this rook endgame. Going back to Magnus, g3 was played and rook d7 by Ali Reza. How come people remember the games at the higher level? Yeah, firstly they opening preparation and all. Yeah, they are able to. They have a good memory. Like that is definitely one of the part why they are on top level. And the other things are, many times they are very good at remembering patterns and understanding patterns. Pattern recognition is a big skill in chess. So knight d4 over here by Magnus. It started, yeah, nothing new. We expected this. By the way, if the queen gets exchanged, then black one rook will be tied down to the defense of the c6 pawn. No, it cannot, because you can see the funny thing, the knight is attacking the two guys, and imagine the queen is off the board. One rook, this rook now cannot defend because both the squares are controlled. Oops, arrows, and this rook is defending this, matlab c6 will be lost. If knight e7, then knight e6. So why is the rook on d7? He wants to go b7 maybe. It's irritating to not have any play, such a position against Magnus. Knight d4 by Magnus. Yeah, it's absolutely a pain, for sure. Agreed. I think in live rating, maybe Hari Krishna had crossed. No one else. So knight d4. And so Magnus is winning this. I mean, he's so clearly winning this that I don't think there is a chance of any mess up here, because it's positionally dead for Ali Reza. It's positionally over. You can see the material is equal, yet the advantage is +4. Sometimes such positionally dead, I mean, these are easier to win than those kind of tactical plays where your opponent has some counter attacking chances and you would still need to be precise. So Magnus will win this, so it's not going in Armageddon. So only this game, I'm very interested if this rook endgame can have any chances. Rook goes to g5 here, and Anish is thinking, let's try to make some natural moves, okay guys, for this game. Because whether Anish is winning or not, we can say rook a4 followed, yeah, that is what I am going to say, rook a4 followed by rook a8, we should see. I completely agree with you. So suppose you want to go rook a4 and rook a8, what we know is you have a weakness on f2, and then once you leave your rook from here and black starts attacking or pressurizing against this guy over here, you go rook a8, let's say, immediately rook comes to f5. You cannot defend this. So do you have anything forcing here? You give a check. King goes to h6 and there is no mate. There is no immediate idea also towards a mate or anything. Let's say you go h4, check, king goes to h3, just nothing. There is check here is possible. This you can just attack here. So here there is no mate happening. Maybe the idea you can have is basically this would have been a mate. But for that g4 means already I can stop it. Your g4 I have this check and I am mating you. So Anish does go rook a4. But what is his plan for rook b2? Also, does it make any difference if black goes rook f5? Oh, rook f5 is definitely a mistake. Anish to play. I am yet to understand why it is a mistake, but white to play. And rook f5, mind you, is a very natural move that you first play rook f5 instead of rook b2, thinking it's going to be one and the same. Guys, this is interesting. White to play. Sentence says when black plays rook b2, I will play rook a7 followed rook c7. We'll check that out. White to play over here first. Find a good move for white. Find the best move for white. Yes, Shashwat and Narendra and chess script. Well done. G4 is a very powerful move at this point of time. The rook can no more stay on the f5. If you try to go rook g5, this is protected and suddenly will once again come h4. And the whole idea for white, one main key factor which Anish can play for is this king. The king, the double pawn, is allowing Anish to create some player with his own pawns against the king. That is very important weakness there. So just to give you an idea, like h4, maybe rook d5, and now rook a e8. Let's say you try the same thing with rook b8. There's check here, and after king gets 6 here. Once again, the best move for white would be easiest move. Though there are a number of moves, but the easiest idea for white would be where black will need to resign. g5 कैसे blunder g5 no? It's like takes rook g5 check. Thank you. My opponent is my friend. Yes, Rohit, they win, Sentil. Time pass तो seriously ढूंढ रहे हैं. Rook a6 is the move with the idea of rook f6 checkmate, and you cannot stop it anyhow. So just look at this mating pattern here, which we can land up thanks to the double pawns. So for Aryan, if he goes rook f5, then g4 will be very powerful. And if he goes rook d5 over here, rook a8, the same thing. If moves, then there is check. If king gets 6, then anyway without h4 also here, you're not going to waste a move. You're going to go rook a6 because rook f6 is still a mate, because the key square to control was the escape square was h5. King h5 was the square. Oh my god, rook f5 has been played. Anish is winning here. Rook f5, that's what we were looking at. A natural move. पहले ये या पहले वो, ऐसे लगता है गेम में क्या है फर्क, बट यही तो है फर्क. समझो, जिंदगी में फर्क समझो. जो पसंद है वही करो. So g4, will Anish find it? Okay, some of you had mentioned a move like e4. Yes, which is there, but g4 is just an important move because you take away the key escape square. Wow. And mind you, would it, so that was the difference. If rook b2 here, that is the difference. White would not have got time. Rook a8 के बाद, rook f5 के बाद, you don't have g4 anymore. There is rook f2. ये तो अपन ने देख लिया. One question Sentinel had asked is rook a7. Still rook f5. He is the first one to take your pawn here. In fact, you might get into trouble. You might be the one who will land up in trouble. Oh, you are lost here. Look, white is even lost. ये गया तो check. King g4 के बाद mate हो जाएगा. Rook f2 and you are threatening a mate here. Rook f7, king g8 and yeah, this is an unstoppable problem. So, rook f5, a blunder by Aryan, but Anish must find g4 move. Chalo, this is an important moment in Anish's game actually, because if Anish finds it, this game also doesn't go in Armageddon. In any way, I think now it's not going to go in Armageddon. Because for Anish, with such little chances, he is not going to miss it. He is alert for these kind of chances. कब से आ रहा है ये rook end game? हाँ, he is definitely alert. He is trying to, you know, getting rook to c8 was a very good thing. Somehow, yeah, that really helped him. Rook g5, rook went to a4. In fact, rook a4 did give black some chance. Once again, quite a natural move. मतलब और क्या खेलोगे तुम? But yeah, rook f5, g4. AG will find it. AG will find it. Okay. So AG has 16 minutes. Aryan has, oh, he finds it. Anish Giri finds it. g4. And Aryan is definitely going to be very unhappy. Guys, one more good news. आज stream hang नहीं हुआ, end नहीं हुआ. That means whatever the IT guys have done, it's worked. So, thank you, Babaji. g4. By the way, let's quickly go to Magnus's game. What's happening there? g3, rook d7, knight d4, rook f7 by Ali Reza. Just trying to make sure keeping hold against these sacrifices here. Now Magnus can simply go rook b1. Yeah, take control of the file. Forget the bar. He doesn't like it. He says queen d3 jao, exchange karo. He is anyway going to go queen d3. Was it such a huge difference or what? Nahi, forget the bar. Exactly. Rook b1 played by Magnus, and Ali Reza has 9 minutes. And he must make 13 moves. Oh my god. Ali Reza's position is not just bad, but his time is also bad. But this time Ali Reza is getting completely desperate. He is going h4, trying to find some counterplay on the king side. Magnus to move. Will Magnus go queen d3, challenge the queen? The whole point is after queen d3, this queen, will it have any other option? Because if it, yeah, it can go queen a4 trying to defend this guy here. But a nice move for Magnus would be, मुझको भी तो lift करा दे, थोड़ी सी तो lift करा दे, kicking the queen away. In fact, the queen, yeah, rook b1, rook a3, queen can get in trouble. Okay, so that's about it. Yes, Magnus goes queen d3. Magnus doesn't need any more time. And Ali Reza is thinking here, he is also under time pressure. Anish, what did happen? g4, rook g5. But why did he even go rook g5? Even further allowing h4. ज़्यादा कुछ था नहीं वैसे. And the rook goes to g6. But this rook is completely like grounded. Grounded. Can't go anywhere. The rook kind of lost the energy. Suddenly it's become malnourished. Rook g. Now Anish to play. How does he progress? Here. क्या खेला? क्या खेलेगा? You can't go f4 with the idea of trying to trap the rook and all. Rook g4 is hanging. So seems like a simple idea there. Also, there is a pin there. So might be alert maybe f5 because doubled pawn na, so might be alert. f4 guys, no, मैं अब भी बोला एक chance, ऐसे मत दो. King g3, but do you want a king in the pin? Possible to play king g3, yeah, possible to play king g3, h5 here, but then you will get this passer where you are happy, so that will be good. What about f5? And if f5, then what will you do? g5. And what if, yeah, you can't go f6 because rook a7 is a mate. Yeah, so f5 is not a worry. And if h6 here, if h6 here, then you can support the pawn with the king, and after takes, another file has been opened here, something like rook b2. You don't have to worry because you have a mate threat incoming because the pawn controls the escape squares. So that is very important. Whenever f6 is there, you know you have this check. That is also a mate. So that sounds good. So rook g6, but king f3 looks like the best. You don't even need to be in the pin. And the ideas, as we know, are rook 8 and the king is in trouble. Big trouble. Okay, so rook g6. Let's go to Magnus's game. a5. Oh, some moves fast. They played fast. h4, queen d3, queen a4. a3 by Magnus. Okay, he wants to go rook b4. a5 stops rook b4. And Magnus is thinking. He has 19 minutes here. Gukesh won the game, guys. Gukesh beat Fabiano in Armageddon. Yeah, he beats Fabiano in Armageddon. He was clearly losing that game, but Fabi lost on time, and it was amazing that Gukesh beats Fabi. First classical game ended in a draw. That was a very comfortable draw by Gukesh. Okay, let's go to Aryan Tari versus Anish Giri. h4, rook g6. Anish is thinking. He's down to 12 minutes now. Oh, live board. Okay, but let people know, right? Live board. Okay. This was anyway classical. I have an idea. I have an idea for people who would not know. Oops. Yeah, maybe to keep the, why is it showing? Yeah, yes, let me just set it up in a moment. Yup, there we have today's results here. And live board ko maro goli. Is that all right? Will Magnus double? Is queen trapped? Let's see. Nightbot says follow ChessBiz India on Instagram here. Yes, guys, do follow ChessBiz India on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, हर जगह पे. Dear Amruta, please tell how I watch the games live. You have to go to leechess.com and there you have to go to watch broadcasts. There you will find it. And this is currently the results of 7th round. We have 2 games ongoing. Yes, Anish does play king f3 and Aryan Tari is thinking big threats incoming. Rook to a8. By the way, how is he going? If there is no f5 or no h5, let's say I do nothing. I go rook b2. You go rook a8. Oops. Yeah, if you go rook a8 and the king sits on h6, then how are you going to improve here? Quite simple though, but let's see. Guys, what's the best move here? The idea we have seen anyway. Not everywhere says pro OBS skill. हाँ जी, अच्छा तो लग रहा है. शायद मोबाइल पे दिखता नहीं रहेगा पर नॉट श्योर. Rook g8 first. Okay, that's what you're saying. So are you saying that you want to exchange the rooks? And that is also works fine for white. Okay, anything else? Anything else? Rook a5. You want to checkmate, yeah? Rook a5 with the idea of rook h5. Okay, that is also very cool. Looks very interesting because, but king is going to go to g7 for the check, and then what is your plan? Okay, but I'll keep this idea as well. Yes, Vishal, h5. Yeah, h5 I really like because you force, suppose rook g5 now, and these are not defended here. These guys are not defended here. And now if you attack the f7 guy, because you take the f7 pawn, maybe you go rook c7 and then rook f6 checkmate again, threatening. These are quite, so a lot of ideas Anish has, Anish is having. Let's go to Magnus's game. Rook f d1 by Magnus after a3 a5. Why is he on rook f d1? And he's lost so much of an advantage. Oh my god, what is rook f d1 even? What was the even idea of rook f d1? I am not able to understand at all, because there is no, it's not even a quiet little move. Oh, he wants to defend a d4 knight, and maybe he wants to go queen a6. That might be his idea. Oh, but he goes hg3. What? Hello? What are you doing? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? What are you doing?
Hi.
Hi. How come? I didn't even remember you had the link. Yeah.
Gukesh won, huh?
Oh, Gukesh's game was crazy. 1 second. Just moved. Here, yeah, Fabi lost on time.
Wow. But Gukesh was worse or what?
Gukesh was losing. Yeah, it was quite, I mean, a heartbreak for Fabi for sure, because he was just winning, completely winning, +7 point something. Can you come in the center of the camera? Yeah, that is cool. Okay. So yeah, Gukesh won. That's a good news. Fabi lost on time. In fact, when the result came, I was like, no, this is a wrong result. I mean, come on, you cannot lose here. And then he lost on time. So, but yeah, he was losing. But I think with classical game, it was a comfortable draw though. Okay. But yeah, this is Anish Sagar. We have 2 games going on. What do you can speak actually, whatever you want to do and whatever you want to say, or whatever you want to say. Stop saying the
Magnus is
games.
beating Firuza, yes?
Yes, Magnus is beating Firuza. Hg3, but just maybe a little bit careful because Firuza might go for some desperation here. Queen b3. Wait, I'll start a virtual camera. By the way, today's stream did not hang. That's a good news.
Wow.
And look at this Anish's game. I shared a virtual camera, by the way, in case you want to have a look. Or you
Yeah,
can look at Anish's game.
Anish. Ah, Anish should win this, no?
Yeah,
This is
this is
Armageddon
winning.
or
No,
classical?
classical game. You know,
Mm.
Sagar, at move number 35, Aryan
Yeah.
played Rook F5. And that, like Anish was quite alert here for Rook F5. And he found G4. Rook G5, H4. And now King F3. And now all threats are incoming. Rook 8, H5. A lot of threats. It's very 6 minutes left to Aryan.
Wow.
Rakshit says, Arre Sagar sir, heart.
Rakshit made a new bot today, Chespa bot.
Acha,
Rakshit,
he's,
I'm coming back tomorrow and I'll check it more deeply. But thank you so much for working on it.
and he
It is
was also
amazing.
asking for a future Shaka bot banao kya? Oh, nice.
क्यों नहीं?
Yeah, exactly. So wherever you take Sagar, we will go there. मतलब किधर भी Maldives हो कोई कोई भी जगह में.
No, let's just look at the games which you are looking. No, two games are going on.
Yeah.
So let's go to Firuza Magnus because, like, let's think
Yes,
about it.
yes. And
Firuza's
Firuza has
game.
time pressure also. Queen b3, Rook b3.
But
He has to make how many moves in 3 minutes? 6 moves in 3 minutes.
but it's like he's down two pawns up for a piece, right?
Yes.
Which is nothing, right?
Nothing.
I
No.
mean, Magnus is in control.
Yes, absolutely.
Unless you can play knight h3 check.
Oh, a4 he
King
goes.
g2,
Knight h3 kya? King g2.
f4 I was thinking, but okay, he goes a4.
हाँ F4 को White had a good actually this was good that he should have played because for Magnus in this situation Magnus had to play Rook H3 and give his exchange. I mean go for 2 pieces for Rook. So he should
Yeah.
have played that, but A4 right now he goes A4. हाँ maybe he wants to move the Rook away from the third rank to go Knight H3.
Yeah.
But
Okay, Amruta, by the way, I just came to say hi to all
okay.
of you, and I will just take your leave because there are two nice games that are going on. You can have a look at them. Are you enjoying the commentary?
You are asking the people or me?
No, I'm asking you.
Yeah, I'm enjoying because today I just want to show you move number 4th. Okay, this virtual camera. You know what Ali Reza played over here? Move number 4th.
Number 4. Oh,
Yeah,
G5.
yeah,
No, but before
exactly.
that, what about move number 3? What Magnus played?
But Bishop D3 is playable many times. It kind of goes
What?
into Rosal. Why? It's not playable, you think?
Bishop D3 is just such a silly move. E4, C5, Knight F3, E6, Bishop D3 instead of open. Have you ever seen in your life?
Yeah, so many times.
What?
Yeah, your idea
Not
is C2,
Rosaline
Bishop
open.
C3, Bishop C2. Gaya. Hello. Sagar is surprised with Bishop D3. Okay, that is also I should have been surprised. But I thought it's common. Maybe I should check. But okay, until Sagar is not here, A4 has been played. Magnus is still thinking. And Anish Giri, has he played something? Yes, after king f3, rook b5 was played by Aryan, and Anish goes rook 8, Aryan goes king to h6, and Anish is thinking right now. Anish could go h5. Can Anish go rook a7? Yeah, he can go rook a7 as well. Can improve with king f4 as well. Number of possibilities. Just have to see what he chooses to convert. Rook f8. Yes, rook f8 also, says Rishiraj. That also looks good, basically. मतलब ऐसा है ना, एक्चुअली अनिश's पोजीशन इज सच कि कुछ भी खेला तो चलेगा इन अ वे, या that way. And if we go to Magnus's game, did he play? Yeah, he goes rook b4 and rook h7 by Ali Reza. Ali Reza is trying to create some ideas where if you take the pawn, might give a check, f4, some ideas. But Ali Reza, because he is quite resourceful, no matter what, until the end, yeah, you have to be careful. Magnus down to 10 minutes, Ali Reza has 2 minutes 42 seconds, and he still has to make 5 moves. So almost 3 minutes and 5 moves. Not a big, very big time gap actually, time pressure actually. Okay, Sagar is out. Okay. Oof. Armageddon match over. Yes, you can see the score. Gukesh 1.5, Fabi 1. Classical game ended in a draw. Rook h7. Magnus is thinking, let's wait for 40 moves here, and let's wait for Anish's game. King f4. Anish goes king f4 now. Like that move. If you give a check, now you have e4. So that's protected. And what else can black do apart from check? f5. G takes f5. No, but maybe you can also go g5. Actually, both the moves are possible. G takes f5 is also possible, winning a pawn, attacking this. But rook f6, where they are attacking this guy here, and you have e4. Looks everything in. It's just a matter. f5 has happened in the game, by the way. So Anish is thinking whether he'll play g5 or whether he will take. Because g5, king h5, rook h8. This seems a bit forcing. If you go rook g7, then guys find a move, best move where black will have to say resign. Balaji, Time Pass, Sarvesh, Rishiraj, Art Chitro. Yes, rook a6 with the idea of checkmate in one move. And that is quite powerful there. But if you give a check, king goes to f5. King goes to f5, which is fine. This is fine. So rook a6 would be powerful. So g5 looks good here. If king h5, rook h8, then maybe not rook g7, but black will have to go h6. Black will have to go h6 there, and white will still need to find some ideas there. Maybe rook a f8. This is a pin there, you cannot take here. and now you are threatening rook f7 as well. So yeah, that looks fine. So f5 is played and Anish is thinking. He is also down to 6 minutes. He's using his time, but 40 moves are over, and now I think after 40 moves, 10 seconds increment will start. I like this time control actually. Going to Magnus Carlsen's game after rook b4, rook h7, lot of moves happened. Rook f1 was played, knight h3 check, king g2 by Magnus, knight g5, and Magnus wins a pawn. Finally that c6 pawn is out of the game. Knight e4. Magnus is thinking at this point of time. He has a check in hand and then go rook b7. That definitely looks very, very promising. So yes, maybe check king g, if king h8, because if king f8 there will be a disco. So if king h8, still rook b7, and you're not worried about this thing here, there can be a disco as well, exchanging one rook. That works for him as well. So knight e4. Has Anish played? King f4 f5. No, Anish has not played yet. Anish is still thinking. 5 minutes. Yes, for poll, what happened actually? Poll, I should definitely check what was the earlier prediction. Gukesh wins was 72%. Nice. Wow, Anish really taking his time here. But g5 would be the best move to play. No, he's not yet resigning. He will, like, until things are super clear, only then he'll resign. Aryantari, I mean. Okay, has anything... Magnus is also thinking. Both have same time. Anish and Magnus, both of them are having 5 minutes each. That's funny. Yes, today Sagar was in Nagpur and Vidit and Ronak won their matches, and Sagar mentioned when he was there on the call that he had an interview with Nigel Short and it will be very nice, so he will put it up, you can watch it. Also he has put up some games of Vidit and Ronak, some blitz games, so you could watch those as well, and with commentary also some, I think something. Oh, g5 played by Anish, best move he finds. Well done Anish. Actually Aryantari really had played well. It was just, but you know, this pressure all the time gives in. Sometimes just you play well, you are there hanging in there, and then one bad move happens, but that involves all that pressure in the beginning. Yes, this is happening. King h5, rook h8. I think he will play h6 here. He has to play h6. That's forced in order to keep it going for a while more. So yeah, and then the book, Nigel Short's book, which is a new book, Winning karke, he was going to autograph that. So resignation incoming. Yes. Kirtana says your commentary video was epic and I genuinely liked it more. I was just too fast, I think. जब मैं रोज़ सो जाता हूँ तो पैरेलल वर्ल्ड में लोग चेस खेलते हैं और 300 लोग देखते हैं. हा हा हा. Guys, do you see chess? Do you play chess in your dreams? Does any of you play chess or solve tactics in your dreams? h6 on the board. Now maybe rook a f8 seems like rook a7 also. Both the moves look good. Let's quickly also go to... Oh, what? Equalized! Yaar, Ali Reza, what did he do? Knight e4, rook e4. Oh, Magnus just gave an exchange. Unbelievable. This is not Magnus. What is he scared of here? Is he scared of g3, rook h2 check, king f3 ko kya, but what for king f3? Rook c2. Unbelievable. Rook e4. He gives an exchange. D takes e4. Here, important. Obviously, you're not going to allow this. Now, the position is converted into two pieces for a rook. Knight d4. Maybe Magnus think his pawn is just going to go aage. Rook h3. Good move by Ali Reza. c6. King f7. Once again, an important move by Ali Reza. Anything else would have landed him trouble. Moves as natural as rook c8 also would be a problematic. Knight takes c6. Oh, you cannot even move the rook. A move as natural as rook c3 would also land him up in trouble with c7 here. This is protected, and what can you do? Rook is coming to h1, rook is coming to h6, rook is coming to f6. Although if king f7, then rook is coming to h7. But king f7 was played. Very important that this file is controlled. c7, and now Ali Reza had to find this move. Black to play, guys. Ali Reza finds this move. Crazy. I mean, this had... Okay, Magnus definitely made a bad move. But Ali Reza, after that, is playing accurately. Oh my god. Magnus is definitely going to be very, very upset on missing this. Rakshi says, let's make Discord more active. Come live on Discord sometimes and play bullet with people. Let's have some events. Rakshit, I don't know how Discord works. So it's like for me a little bit higher version of tech. Oh, rook e h8. By mistake I showed you the move. But anyway, he finds this move, and this was the only move, because maybe perpetual idea. Knight c6 check, king g3, rook takes c2, or no. In fact, oh my god, for Magnus to defend, he must make this move. Listen here, check, he gives a check, but Ali Reza was winning. Can you believe the move Magnus had to find? He had to give a full rook here. Purna Hatti, rook h1 was the move he had to find, because if rook h1, then there is a queen there, and if rook h3 check, the king runs, king goes to f2. That was okay. So rook h1 to distract the rook was important. He gives knight d8 check, and black had king g6. Once again, you didn't have time to make queen because the rook is protecting there, and rook h3 ke baad there are mating nets here. So let's go there again, but let's keep up over here, because king g6 happened. No, he didn't play king g6. He played knight d8 check, king g6. Actually, he played knight takes e6 by Magnus, rook h3, king f4, and rook f3 check must be given. This is hard for Magnus to defend, because after takes ef3, this pawn suddenly is going for a queen, and how can Magnus stop it? If he goes bishop c5 with the idea of queen, there is f2. If Magnus queens, then the main problem is the king. The king is getting checkmated. King is just over, guys. Oh my god, Ali Reza is winning this. What a flip. Crazy. Magnus is making mistakes now. This is so crazy. Oh my god, shocking result. Today, in a way, then Gukesh will be a shocking, like in the Armageddon, and this also will be shocking. Very quickly, if we shift here, this guy, rook h6, h6 was played, rook g8 by Anish, and takes, one rook exchange, but Now Anish is getting 2 connected passed pawns plus the king is cut off. So he is just simply winning here. EF3, and Magnus is thinking 1 minute 20 seconds with him. He must be thinking, what the hell have I done right now? Please show me where Magnus made a blunder. Absolutely will show you. He gave back the exchange here. Absolutely not needed to give the exchange. A check was a good move there, because if, okay, let's first look at the game right now. Let's finish the game. Vidit says, loving this new scorecard thing on live stream. अच्छा, तो कल से लेके रखेंगे. Magnus goes king g3. Can he hold it? Can he hold this in some way? If f2. Arey, Ali Reza, you've got till here. Now you have to play f2. Important move with the idea of queen. If king g2, then g3. Okay, Ali Reza also doesn't find it. Rook g2. Ali Reza is like, okay, I'm happy. I was anyway losing. Suddenly you see a draw and you're just happy with the perpetual. But draw would be a fair result. At least at this point of time. Oh my god. They are going to Armageddon. Oh my god. Such a flip. All these flips can only happen, guys, when your counter attack is, it's a draw, guys, it's a draw. When you are counter attacking on your opponent's king, डर तो लगता ही है कभी भी, किसी को भी, मैग्नस को भी, तभी तो जाके ये हुआ. And here we have a repetition on the board. Important over here was, 1 second, he had to find f2 here. Ali Reza had to go to this structure, and if white would go something like knight c1 trying to make a queen again, the only reason rook c1 and this queen would be unstoppable, and white's king is weak. That is how this was working, and Magnus actually made a blunder here by taking rook e4. He had to go knight e7. If black would have exchanged this, then Magnus is an exchange up. That was okay. If black would have moved king h8, then there was rook b7 here. And now this is knight g6 check is incoming, c6 is incoming, a lot of ideas. If you go rook h3, let's just try to understand, then you just simply exchange the most active piece in your opponent's position. You just exchange it and it's going to be winning once again. Okay, so that is Magnus's blunder. It was a crazy flip completely. Anish has won the game, by the way. The last few moves were rook g7. अच्छा, यहाँ पे resign ही कर दिया because this is hanging. You cannot save it. So that is king h5 was even easier. He had to go somewhere, maybe rook h7. So that for rook g7 नहीं आ रहा है, king f6, rook a7 here. नहीं, guys, rook h3 mate. Anyway, it was lost. Okay, so Magnus will play Armageddon right now, and I guess I'm gonna take your leave. These are the results for today, and looking at the standings, oops, wait a second, maybe I can show you the standings here. दिख रहा है क्या पर? नहीं, इतना अच्छा नहीं दिख रहा है, चलेगा, थोड़ा थोड़ा दिख रहा है. So this is the standing. Caruana 14.5, Nakamura 12.5, Wesley 10.5, Gukesh 10. So Wesley has climbed up after beating Norway. He's on 10.5. Gukesh still remains on 4th. Anish's result has been updated. Anish also joins Gukesh on 10 points. Ali Reza is on 9.5, and if Ali Reza wins this Armageddon, then he will go to 10. And if Ali Reza loses, then Magnus will... Magnus still remains on 9. So Ali Reza's game is right now important, whether he will join Gukesh or not. So these are the results. Okay, and what about the, yeah, these are the pairings there. Okay, so guys, okay, Ronak, I guess there might be some, I'm not sure, did you check it out already? But maza aaya, guys. Thank you for being here. And also, all the games were very interesting. You guys were alert. Both questions. Today was a lot of questions, and also there were a lot of answers as well. So, it was also great to have Sagar for a while. I also enjoyed looking at the sweaters and the designs by all these top players. Very creative there. So, games were interesting. Gukesh once again did an hat trick in whatever way, but he was right there, and the hat trick does matter. So, in spite of winning, you see there that lot of competition on number 2, 3, 4 that way. And tomorrow he will be playing with whom? Tomorrow is a rest day. Wait, tomorrow is it a rest day? Yeah, tomorrow is a rest day. Day after, Gukesh versus Aryan Tari. Only 2 rounds will be left. So Gukesh versus Aryan Tari and Wesley versus Gukesh. Those will be the 2 opponents. And for Anish versus Mamedarev and Anish versus Firuza. Tomorrow Anish versus Firuza as well. Okay, so guys, take care, have a great day, and enjoy the Wednesday. It need not always be Sunday to enjoy. Tata, bye bye, and good night to all of you.